Okay. Still preparing for today's battle, which will be rather interesting. We're playing sort of a crazy
I'm
tournament.
checking on TNT because they are online, but they may or may not be around. They had said they were coming. So, with what we've got, we will be running at least a 2v2, possibly a 2v3. And the way that I'm going to run this tourney is you all decided what you wanted for your division. I'm making the missions or the battles based on the number of players, not based on what you have. So if you chose a force of nothing but pikemen because you want to go charging down across the open field with artillery support, and you wind up having to stand there and defend a town against line infantry and get shot to pieces, well, that was your decision. So morning, Sam. All right, yep, we're going to have a 2v3. I will have to make a couple of quick mods.
Alrighty.
All right, Sam, are you here to play this morning?
He's muted.
Yeah, I'm here to play.
Okay.
But I'm on my phone, so I will need a minute.
Yep, not a problem. That gives us a 2v3. And I will... All right, and that is going to be... Jan and Portal will be in the blue team if y'all want to go ahead and drop down into the blue briefing, the blue one or something.
Yep.
And then...
Hello.
What up?
Yeah, that will be interesting. Let's see, what sort of troops did I submit up? Or I'll probably wait for the screenshots so that I can get the right pieces.
I think, if I remember right, I had a pretty balanced force. The only thing I invested in was siege artillery.
Interesting. Yeah, I also went with a sort of mixed Napoleonic style small division. One battalion of grenadiers, 2 trained infantry, 2 militia cavalry, and 1 horse gun. And I hope to get enough points to buy some additional or specialize the trained infantry maybe to light infantry, skirmishes, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like these first couple matches are going to be pretty bare bones.
Yeah.
Just throwing everything we got. I wonder how they'll balance 2v3.
Probably by scenario design. Or maybe one of them. I mean, I think the sheet with all the armies is available somewhere. I haven't taken a look at that one, but maybe there is one division with only militia troops or something like that.
Hello.
I'm having to obviously make some small changes because I'd done a lot of the bookkeeping yesterday. I got to make some bookkeeping adjustments, but no worries.
I can try and call Brett if you want. I know he was up late last night.
No, 2v3 works. If somebody shows up late, that's fine. I can add them in. It'll take me 5 or 10 minutes because I have to actually write in all of the divisional stuff.
Mhm.
But Sam's already got a division, and I think Brad does too, but Sam's already got a division, so it'll be quick.
Okay.
So I'm going to be doing that while I'm talking to you guys.
Do you already know which map we are playing on?
Yeah, we're playing on map 4 of the souped up brigade module. Mets will be down in the bottom corner. Jan, you are starting actually. You can deploy anywhere within the boundaries of the Moselle Canal. Down there at Montigny-les-Metz.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And Portal, you can deploy anywhere in the vicinity of Tignomont to Lapeville.
Sure.
It's just to the north of the bottom corner of the map. There's a big star fort there, and that star fort you're allowed to deploy in as well if you want to deploy there.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm still loading up the map, but that sounds good.
Yeah, of course you have no idea where anybody's actually going, but you can deploy there if you want to.
Just sit in the fort the whole game.
Where was that again?
Huh?
Where was Portal starting again?
Portal can start where it's Tignomont, Plapeville, and there's a fort Plapeville. He can start anywhere.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Got it.
Yep, anywhere kind of on that
loading.
hill.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You have heard rumors about possible reinforcements arriving from the area of Saint Remy.
Is that north, east, west?
That's north, far north. You've heard rumors about possible reinforcements arriving from that way, but you have no definitive information. So you know that Red, those perfidious Vermillioners,
Fucking Reds.
those Vermilion imperialists are. It was too easy, Jan. It was just too easy.
Yeah.
Yesterday. They were victorious in a previous battle that your divisions were not involved in, and they are marching for Metz. And you know that their objective lies beyond Montigny-les-Metz, and that they will be coming from the west. And you don't know which road to the west they'll be coming from, because the army commander used to command a bunch of chasseurs and is providing absolutely no updates as to where any positions are or where Red might be coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I just loaded in the map. I'm in the Star Fort I'm Fort Plapeville.
Yep, you can deploy Plapeville, Tignomont, or the Star Fort. Kind of in that triangle is where you can deploy. I'll get that in just a minute because I'm working up. I got to get Sam's stuff dropped in, since Sam was kind of a late addition. So it's not a big issue.
Yeah.
It just takes me a minute.
Probably just drop us a screenshot of our forces so that we can get the right pieces for them.
Yep, I will do that here in just a second. Well, no. Yeah, I'll drop you that here momentarily.
No worries.
I gotta build Sam's division out.
Well, I'll try spamming Brett as well.
Okay, no worries.
Actually, I'm gonna BRB.
Is there actually only like one crossing to Montigny? Across the Moselle. The ferry, there's the bridge. And this road is weirdly cut off.
And you're kind of in a yes but on that. You obviously there are limited crossings, but you do not want to let the enemy be right up on the canal and the river either, because your own army, you have another army coming.
Yeah. Okay.
So you don't want to have to force your own crossing to get back into the action.
Makes sense.
That force coming from the north is potentially a division, but you don't know.
All right, I'm back.
All right, I'm going to let y'all plan. I did give Jan a bit of information he'll pass along. I'm going to let you two plan. I'm going to duck out and talk to Felix for a bit.
Real quick, I was going to ask for my forces.
Yeah, no, he hasn't posted them yet.
And I'm confused. I guess that's not really like that's kind of meta, but what the difference between like siege artillery and light artillery would be.
So the light guns seem to be sort of either horse artillery or regimental guns. So let's say up to 6-pounders maybe. And then the siege artillery, probably 12-pounders.
Okay.
So less mobile and potentially higher range.
I wonder if it'd be worth putting the siege artillery in the fort.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. That's something we need to ask him if it makes sense, if they can like be placed on the walls or whatever.
Yeah. Because I don't want to put them there if they're not going to do nothing. But
yeah. So what he mentioned is that we don't want to let the enemy. So because I was looking at the river of the Moselle, and there's only seems to be like one bridge across. But he immediately said it's not really an option for us to stay, or for me to stay behind the river and just sit there, because we, like, the scenario tells us that there are additional forces coming and we want to have the bridgehead secured for them to cross. So I would probably march to the Mont Saint-Quentin and what's there south there, Sky or Ski and Chazelle and so on. It seems to be pretty good hill there to dominate this valley.
There's a little fort there as well, looks like.
Yeah, that's a bit too far in the east, I see. But yeah, I think I won't go further west.
Then Sky.
Yeah, then yeah, this hill there, and maybe in the south there around Saint-Refine.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's some troops, I don't know. Don't want to split and spread my forces too much.
Well, it seems we got a pretty good defensible location. I'd be worried if they approach from the northwest, though.
Yeah. Do you have some cavalry to screen that area?
I have. Let me check my forces. I do. I have one trained cav.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe that one can cover that area.
I have my forces. I have a siege artillery, trained infantry, light artillery, 2 militia, and a trained cav. I would like to know the range of that siege artillery, because if I can put it in that fort and it can cover like 10 squares or something, that'd be great. But if it's only like 4, it's probably not worth it. And if I can even put it in the fort and have it fire off the walls.
I'm also wondering about the hill to the west there at St. George.
Yeah.
Is that higher than the 4 or not?
Seems pretty silly to put a fort there if the St. George Hill is taller, though.
Yeah.
So where are you deploying at?
So I'm starting behind the canal in Montigny-les-Metz.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna cross there via the railroad bridge and go to Ski. Or Sky or whatever.
Yeah, I think this should go well. I mean, seems like we have a good position. We're just defending.
Yeah.
I wonder how like mechanics-wise a fort would work. I guess the point of Kriegsspiel isn't to think about that, but like, is it worth sitting in the fort, or should it be on the hill in front of it?
Also, the question if the troops you have available would actually be enough to occupy the fort completely.
Yeah. And do you know how many units do we get per brigade, I guess? We're doing brigades?
I think we have, like, what we bought, so to say, are battalions.
Okay.
And then we were allowed, at least Tech asked me how I wanted to organize them into brigades. So I have like one grenadier brigade consisting of one grenadier battalion. And then I have an infantry brigade of 2 infantry battalions and a cavalry brigade that actually includes 2 cavalry and the light artillery.
Okay.
So maybe I can get some mobile combined arms action going with the cavalry brigade.
That'd be pretty cool. So we think they're approaching from the north. It looks like there's 2 maybe 3 obvious roads they can go down. They can go down the valley. There's a road that goes through the hills to Lori. And then there's one that goes kind of far out to our east.
Yeah, that's the question. If they, I mean, they are entering the map from the western edge, so I don't know if they are going to circle around or if they just try to push through.
Oh, it's from the west? Okay.
Yeah, the road there from Samari or Shen, that's a possible reinforcement for us.
Okay.
And the enemies...
Yeah.
Yep.
I hate to ask you to do work, but I am not a master umpire technically, so I don't have access to the channels.
No worries.
I've only got master umpire candidates. So I don't have access to the channels to assign
Wait.
assign text channels.
What about now?
Let me see. I'm not seeing any of the other text channels in the blue.
Huh, that's weird.
Yeah, because I can only see blue 7.
And
There
now?
we go. Okay, they all popped up now. All right, I appreciate it. Now I can get you to your stuff.
That's
Alright,
interesting.
I had a
We have to
quick
fix
question.
that roll.
Okay, yeah, you can ask it while I'm cutting screenshots.
So later or
No, go ahead.
how much range does light artillery have, and then siege artillery?
Sure, light artillery, and you can actually look at, well, anybody can look at the document, but light artillery, it has 4 range, and it has reduced firepower at longer ranges, especially at longer ranges, but it moves at cavalry speed over all terrain. So even through woods or soft ground, it still moves at the same speed as cavalry. Siege artillery moves a little bit slower than standard field artillery, but it has a maximum range of 8.
Okay. Am I able to put artillery in the fort and have it fire out, like put it on the walls?
If you put artillery in the fort, you're going to need at least 2 turns to get it out of the fort. So just keep that in mind. If you put artillery in the fort, you can put guns in the fort if you want to, but once you do that, if you say that you want to take them out of the fort, it's going to take 2 turns worth of time. It's going to take 30 minutes for your gunners to actually get the guns off the walls, back down, and out the gate.
And is that fort near Plappeville, is that taller than the fort or the hill in D4 next to St. George?
I'm looking. Are you talking about at St. Quentin?
No, the fort north of there at Fort Plappeville.
Okay. Is it? No, you were saying St. George. I'm trying to find
the hill to the west.
The hill to the west. Ah, I see it.
Like, is it able to fire over that? It's kind of a shitty fort if it's like blocked from one side.
Well, it's not able. You're not going to really see anything on the other side of the hill. You do have elevation on that hill, so that hill's not firing over at you, but at the same time, kind of reading the elevation lines, you're not going to be able to directly over the crest. You're not going to be able to see what's on the far side.
Would I be able to see it, like down into the valley, like the Bois de Châtel?
No.
to a degree. To a degree down, kind of more on the southern end of it, you'd be able to see a bit. You wouldn't be able to see incredibly well into that. That bottom little odd shaped piece of the Bois de Chatel down in the south. You would kind of be able to see some of that.
Okay. And so, like that going south, I assume I'd have a fairly okay.
You'd have it, yeah. You can see the trees that are kind of sitting in front of the fort. You can see over those.
Okay.
Those trees don't really, unless something's tight to the trees or in it. That those trees don't really affect your visibility to see what's on the road at Lessie. If something's on the road at Lessie and it's big enough, you can see it.
Okay.
So.
Sure.
So that's you.
One quick question regarding the supply trains. Are they supposed to be one assigned to each brigade, or?
The supply train is your division supply train. Same rules as usual apply.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Keep in mind, especially for this game, I'm applying what I call, to some degree, I call them the brutal rules, which are if your unit routes and reforms, you take at least battlefield, and I'll have to make a decision based on how this game is a bit of a test as well for this year's system.
Mm-hmm.
So, but definitely for the game, you take a hit because of desertion, walking wounded, etc.
Nope.
So
sense.
you will take a hit every time a unit breaks.
All right.
If the unit breaks due to a hit, I probably won't apply a second hit on it. But if a unit breaks, it will take a hit.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Heinz, if you're done here, the Reds have a question that I couldn't answer. And
Sure.
you probably
So
also want to tell them about the brutal stuff.
Yep, I will. I'll pop over to Red.
Okay.
So I just put my order of march into the channel. Zoop.
Do you think it's worth to just sit in the fort?
I mean,
at
it
least
should
with the
be
siege artillery.
rather strong point for your militia to defend.
Yeah. I think probably I'll just put the siege artillery in there, and the horse artillery can be outside.
Well.
Put the horse artillery in like Mont Saint Quentin or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they're approaching from the west, they're gonna have a tough time.
Yeah, I'm not so sure what Sam might have chosen for his division. I could imagine cavalry only and doing Sam things, trying to circle around. I guess Marshall probably has sort of a balanced division as well.
Yeah. I was thinking about just going all artillery, but I was worried if someone else did that. Kind of screwed.
Yeah.
And how do I know in this screenshot I have one trained and two militia, but they're all the same number?
Oh, are they?
Like for infantry. Like they all look the same.
Okay, they should probably have different numbers because my Grenadier Battalion is number 1 for me, and then I have 2 number 2 battalions for the trained infantry.
I just have all number 3.
That's probably just a mistake on text end.
That's fine.
And I can also give them my initial orders.
This is actually not that many troops to have command over. Kind of nice. So I think what I'll do is I'll have like a skeleton force on Mount St. Quentin, and that'll be my artillery and trained infantry. And then I'll have my militia and siege artillery at the Fort Platteville.
Mhm.
And I can hold Mount St. Quentin until you get there, at least.
Yeah,
I mean, I assume they won't get there that fast, but...
probably not.
Or do you think it's better for me to go more northwards to, like, St. George?
Hmm. I mean, that's...
Like, I could put the horse
you
artillery
could go there yourself, like take a look around from the hill, and then if they're close, you can run back to the fort.
Because the horse artillery moves as fast as cav.
Mm-hmm.
So just take a couple shots. I can look there and
Yeah, sounds
keep
good.
everything else in the fort.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll do that.
How far do I go with my cav? I'm sort of tempted to go a little bit to the west, into the hills of the disused quarry there. The direction of Point du Jour. But that's also a silly road to get up there. Ay, ay, ay.
I think what my plan may be is I go to that hill near St. George, and once they get close, I'll retreat to Mount St. Quentin and set up like my light artillery there. So I'll try and hold the north for us. I mean, I assume they're not gonna go around that much. I assume they're just gonna attack from the valley.
These in Moulin, and I have the cavalry brigade. Ba-ba-bam-bam-bam. These roads are a pain. How do I get into these hills without just bumping into the enemy?
You're trying to go west.
Yeah. Maybe just to slow them down a bit with cavalry and artillery there.
Yeah.
But if they are already like east of the first woods there, what's that? Bois de Trois Têtes. then and they are already in the hills, then that might be a bit problematic.
And our objective is just to hold the bridge, right?
Yeah, prevent them from crossing the river and the canal. I try. Right, so my orders are given.
I think I'm going to send 1 infantry to occupy Fort St. Quentin. Because I think that'd be a good place for my horse artillery if they get too close.
Yeah, probably.
Because the horse artillery will be able to fire down on them in the town.
To where? To Ski or the other one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And down south.
Yeah.
I've never blown up a fort in Kriegsspiel before.
Me neither.
I imagine it's not that easy, but...
No. Shouldn't be. I just hope they don't take as long for planning as they did yesterday.
What happened yesterday?
I mean, to be fair, we had a number of new players. But the coalitionary forces took 1.5 hours to plan.
Oh my god.
It was a bit, too much. As an umpire, I would have said, like after 45 minutes, that's just how you have to go in now, and everything else you need to figure out on the field. But turned out to be a pretty interesting, fun game.
Yeah.
All cavalry divisions on the field did splendidly and had brilliant charges. And
that's cool. I feel like every time I play, I always get infantry against enemy cavalry. That's painful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing the play-by-post, the American Civil War play-by-post, and it's the same situation there.
Which one is that? Chancellorsville or what?
Brandy Station.
Mm-hmm.
That's been going on for like a month now, I think. It's fun. I just am getting overwhelmed by enemy cavalry.
Yeah, I started the Chancellorsville game as a divisional cavalry commander, and we started like on a off-map map, so to say, and we're trying to get to the area to like screen the army and all that stuff. But
I joined the Chancellorsville game. I joined late.
Okay.
I was a replacement for someone who had to leave.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I'm on the rebel side.
Okay, then I can't tell you anymore.
Just to let you know.
Yeah.
Okay, to quickly make this note for Portal, And this is just kind of how the cookie crumbles as far as your
Oh,
as far as the brigades. You can give commands to your brigade, but you can't just divide a brigade up and have them go kind of off as individual regiments all over the place.
no.
So if you have a brigade you want to do something, you kind of have to task the whole brigade with a general task rather than
It's-
I won't have my brigade to hold the fort and the other half 2/3 to hold the fort and 1/3 to go off by themselves.
What is my brigade system again?
Let's see, and it's all in that screenshot. Everything is labeled with the right number. So your first brigade is the siege artillery by itself. The second brigade are your light guns and your lancers. And like for instance, you have light guns and lancers. Lancers are really a charging unit. So if you were to order them to attack, the light guns would obviously sit down and open fire, and if you were to order them to charge, then the light guns would fire and the lancers would charge. So obviously they can do two different things, but you're giving an order to the whole brigade rather than giving individual orders to each block. That's your second brigade is your light artillery and your lancers, and your third brigade are your 3 regiments of line. All 3 of them are in the same brigade, which is actually about a standard size brigade. So you have your 2 recruit regiments, and then you have your 1 trained regiment, but they're all 3 the same. So if you want to send your brigade of infantry to move, then that's perfectly fine. But you can't.
Nah, yeah. I guess I'll have them. No, I'll have them in the fort. Whatever, Fort Plappeville.
Okay. All right, then I will.
Actually, fuck that. No, they're not going to be in Fort Plappeville. Have them outside the fort, just next to the fort.
Okay, you want them kind of on that road to the south?
Yeah, just ready to move into action if it needs to be done. Not far, just outside the fort.
All right, I will have them kind of formed up on the road, where you wanted the your other infantry to be. I'll just form the other 2 regiments up behind it.
Okay.
And that'll be it. Obviously, they can go in the fort if they want to, and they don't take 30 minutes to go into the fort like the guns would.
Yeah.
All right. All right. If y'all want to split off into your portal, if you'll split off into blue 2 voice, if you can see it.
Sure.
All right.
Go there.
Good luck.
You too.
All right, Jan, your first turn orders. And because you could deploy anywhere on your side of the Moselle, I've got your entire division deployed at the bridge so that it can cross immediately.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, so I put my orders in my text channel, but I can give them by voice if you prefer.
Yeah, well, I kind of read them by voice, so I just want to confirm order of march since you had given direction. Do you want your infantry to cross the bridge first, or do you want you and your cavalry to cross the bridge first?
The cavalry brigade first. That would be me and the horse, and then horse artillery.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, because that's just going to slow your infantry up for a couple minutes while they get in line. All right, not a problem. We'll do.
Cool. And on we go. On we go. That shall be a funny ride. So it's interesting that Portal also decided for a sort of balanced Napoleonic style division. And now it will be very interesting to find out what the enemies bring to this battle which is the first battle of the Rainbow Tourney 2022 in the IKS. If you're interested in Kriegsspiel, this sort of thing we are doing today is not what we are usually doing, obviously. This is just for fun and to see how different unit types, actually from different historical eras, would perform against each other, and how to. Yeah, it's just to introduce another challenge to overcome. I mean, there might be folks who have just brought some melee infantry from, I don't know, from the Middle Ages or whatever, and are now facing line infantry, and how do you deal with that? So, and we had a pool of points, I believe 12 points to start with, and could buy a number of units with those points. Obviously, the more expensive, the better the quality. And then we have specialized units like grenadiers and light infantry, and I don't know if we have pioneers as well. Don't remember that, but anyways, that's the premise. And after the battle, then we will be awarded points, I think based on how we performed. I'm not so sure about that yet. And we will be able to invest those points to buy reinforcements and new units, or sort of to upgrade our units, to specialize our units and that kind of stuff. So the division will change during the course of the tourney, which is also an interesting thing to do. And today we are playing a 2 versus 3. That is Portal up here in the fort, and me coming up from the east of the Moselle, and then we have 3 enemy divisions, or sort of divisions, coming from the west. And a potential friendly reinforcement coming from the far northwest, but I don't see a third player, so I'm not sure about that. And now it will be interesting, because I haven't taken a look at the composition of the enemy forces. We could actually do that. We could take a look at the army compositions or division compositions of each participating player, but I haven't done that. So there will be some sort of surprise for us here today to find out what Marshall, Sam, and Desert Fox will bring to the party. Eager to see that. As I said, I can imagine that Marshall brings a sort of balanced division as well, or maybe high quality division, so few units but superior quality. I can imagine that Sam goes full cavalry and does his chilling or circling around in the rear and trying to smash the enemy from behind thing. Or he just goes in frontal. He's famous for doing frontal cavalry charges. So there's that. Once we have cavalry in front of us and then they immediately charge us, then we know that must be Sam. All right, so let's see. Let's wait for first reports. I guess Felix and Tag will just fast forward us into contact. I assume, at least. So these few troops, it should be a rather quick battle. At least that's what I assume. Who knows? Who knows?
And there is no point in sending a screenshot because you just entered Milan de Metz. Probably you're kind of at that junction or close to it with your cavalry. You can't see anything enemy in front of you. do you want to ride ahead? Because you know you could kind of outpace your cavalry a bit. Do you want to ride ahead to Point de Jour Ruin?
I live in the fear of bumping into a furious Sam Miller charge, so I probably won't do that.
Okay, no worries. All right, we're going to try to speed up until we can get some contact.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
all right.
So as that John is jumping through the channels here, having a talk with everybody or something like that. No, he's back with Sam. Don't know what's going on there. This Gary will be too busy with the civilians, yeah. Most likely. They will be busy burning some towns. And committing some war crimes. No, actually yesterday he was in command of the French light cavalry division on our far right flank, and he like circled around completely around the whole enemy army. That was an awesome thing he did there. He attacked first he attacked the enemy supply train, divisional supply train, at the very rear of their column. That way sort of pinned down 2 infantry divisions who had to react to that threat from the rear. And after that, he circled far west, and funnily enough, so that's a bit of unfortunate situation there, I went in with my heavy cavalry division because I was going to support Mackay, who was being attacked by infantry. And so my orders were to like circle around and take them in the flank. But as I was relocating my division, I ran into a new Saxon division, infantry division, that was sort of starting to deploy behind a small creek. And I just immediately charged in my heavies, and they routed the whole division. And then I went in again because there were additional fresh troops behind them. I just wanted to screen those and try to get in behind or in between like the fresh column and the position of the enemy that was attacking Mackay. I wanted to go in between to write down the routing units and possibly swing north to attack the enemy there. I was repulsed by Prussian artillery showing up, but a few turns later, Sam then had finished his journey around the map and attacked the same Saxon infantry division that I had smashed into before from behind. So they were just like had reformed their infantry, and then they got smashed from the rear. That was rather hilarious. And I think the player, it was a new player, he just sent a dispatch to Eli, who was in command of the coalitionary force, and just said, the Saxons are lost. I've lost my division. The Saxon army is lost. What an experience for this guy. So I think Sam is learning, slowly but surely. Yeah, great to hear, exactly. La 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 la. Give me reports, give me reports. Ah, now John is chilling with the umpires. As he does, as he does. So I'm not going to take a look at the red channels. I mean, obviously not at the text channels, of course, but also not on the voice channels, so that I cannot see who is with whom and all that stuff. So I guess they are probably now fast forwarding us. That's why there is no report coming in. And it's interesting that Heinz asked me if I wanted to go myself to Pont du Jour. Huh. Right ahead? No. The only thing I really would like to do is either move up this hill, but there is this creek in between, or this hill, but it's really steep. And there are probably, I don't know what this is, vineyards or whatever. Gardens, maybe. Some sort of agricultural stuff, at least. So that'll be hard for the cavalry to get up there. That was what worries me a little bit. We see, we find out. Yeah, other than that, I'm not even sure if yesterday's game was streamed on the IKS. Let's check that out. I don't think that Otto has OBS or anything. So it seems that Marshall is streaming the Rainbow, so his perspective of today's game. If you want to check that out, go to the International Kriegsspiel Society YouTube, and it seems, yeah, there is a over 6 hour live stream from yesterday, leaving Leipzig. That probably is from Marshall's perspective. We're gonna start the video right now, but I assume it is. Coolster Fratz, grüß dich. Hello, welcome to the party. We're just waiting for some new reports from the umpires. Aber wir können auch Deutsch reden übrigens. Das wäre kein Problem. Wir sind hier multilingual. Wenn ich jetzt flüssig Französisch sprechen müsste, wird es wahrscheinlich ein bisschen schwierig, aber wenn ihr mir genug Zeit gebt, könnte ich das auch versuchen. Latein. Nee, das wird nix. Latein und Altgriechisch wird nix. Das kriege ich nicht hin. Im Stil des Thukydides auch noch. Nee. Spanisch könnte ich auch nur und Schwedisch genauso nur irgendwelche Phrasen dreschen. Keine sinnvollen Unterhaltung führen. Das wird nix. Ich war in der falschen Szene. Schon gewundert, warum hier nichts abgeht. Ich könnte auch mal das IKS-Logo hier einblenden. Die International Kriegsspiel Society und euch mal den Link posten zur Website. Brian. There we go. Nur der Chat funktioniert, glaube ich, nicht. Den müsste ich da mal ausblenden, weil der immer noch über Restream läuft. Jetzt ist er schon von alleine weg. Okay, so geht's natürlich auch. So let's just assume that we are moving. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then these guys come up. 1, 2, 3, 4. These actually go 6. Which means that these guys should be here already. And then we park the supply trains somewhere and keep moving. Move it. Ooh, I see an enemy cavalry division with 2 generals. Ho ho ho.
Capture your screenshot. As we're making your way around, kind of staying on the highest ground, going around Azrael, you see looks like some officer parties and cavalry coming over the hill there north of Point du Jour.
Yep.
You've continued to move while you've been thinking about what to do for a couple minutes. So because you're on equal ground with each other, just opposite the valley. They're at the quarry. And you've had a couple minutes to consider each other. You both know you've been spotted, so you know that they spotted you too. You've been watching them watch you as you've been moving up. Men are ready to go with whatever you want to order them to do. You can see clear back to the hill that there is just a column of cavalry clear back to the hill.
Okay. Let me just draw that in here. There. Alright, that will probably mean that I have to turn around and get away from here because they outnumber me.
Okay. Where do you want me to go to? I actually prefer verbals when I'm umpiring. It's faster and cleaner and more realistic.
Yep.
So if you just want to give a direction, and if they go cross country on the roads, then I can draw it out and do it.
Okay, yeah, well, is just fine for me. So we go along the road. We came on back to the east, and I will probably. The question is, can I do that quickly enough? Let's see. I want to deploy the horse artillery on the little hill there north of Saint-Ruffin. That edge there, and the cavalry to support them, but I will probably retire after shooting a few volleys.
Okay, so the kind of the edge of the hill, the slope that San Rafine is on.
Yes.
Okay. So you want to get back to there.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
So let's pull the enemies together. We have these guys, these guys. Whoops, not the infantry. That's all cavalry. And I assume that's Sam, probably. Maybe. Who knows? So we have 14 in the front, whatever these guys might be. Maybe a squadron of lancers. We had some funny discussions about lancers actually in the IKS, so who knows. Then we got the number 1, a regiment of horse. And we got tons of these guys. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 even of this brigade. And I don't know where I'm turning them this way. And we have these generals up there. So let's get them on the map. They are about there. Okay. Now I should probably send a dispatch to Mr. Portal. So let's do that. Dispatch to Portal at, where is he at? Fort Plappeville. Plappeville. It's from me. And I am at and it is 06:30 on the clock. Enemy cavalry column of at least 2, 4, 6, 7. I can see what there is more, at least 7 squadrons spotted at disused quarry. I'm falling back to Saint-Ruffin. For some delaying actions, we'll take positions near Sku afterwards, as I have my infantry there, who should probably be in a good position in the towns and agricultural fields or whatever, maybe even orchards around to defend against cavalry there. And good luck. .30 it is, not 6:39. Enemy cavalry column spotted. Moving east, obviously. Falling back, blah blah blah. And there we go. So they have seen me as well, and they might want to try to cut in behind me. So what they could do, either follow the road, get down into the valley, cross here, and or not, and try to move to Moulin. Otherwise, they can start deploying here to screen me or possibly attack me even. Good thing though, we have a town in between. We have woods, and we have this little creek thingy running through here, as well as all these agricultural areas, which should block cavalry movement to some degree. Let's hope they do, so that we can get in between, give some volleys with our artillery, and then run across here before they can cut us off. Otherwise we'll go the long route around via Maison de la Ville, which is a very funny name. Okay. Now that'll be very interesting how they react to this, to seeing us. Come on, Dan. Give us new reports quickly. I can't wait. But if we have two generals here, what does that mean? They probably have... I mean, and they have such a number of units here. Probably some specialized units. Some medium quality units. And some militia. Seems to be a cavalry only division. Question is, do they bring additional infantry in the rear? Or just even more cavalry? Which, although we have a very good position here, I feel, given the ground, the slopes, the towns, they could just swarm around and attack the supply trains, or just move through and cross the river there. And that will mean that in the north, if at all, there will only be a single division. Does it come down? Does it come down this way? Or let's see, where is the crossing point that could be used? Here's a crossing point, but that's not really suitable to reach. And then we have Amanweiler, where you can go the long way and come out here to attack the fort. Or there is, if we assume there is a Sam is not with the cavalry in the south, we can imagine him going this route to try and circle around this way or this way and get in behind. That's what I imagine. So we can delete these. We know that two divisions are in this area here. And I should probably have put that to my dispatch. Oops. Let's send another one. Let's just send another one. Postscriptum. Most important for you. There are to channel. Alrighty. How did I miss that in the first dispatch? That should not happen. And let's see, they will move 6. Measurement is on grid, yes. So they will move 3. They can even sort of cross here, get to there maybe. And the question is, how quickly can I turn around my guys and move over there? Will at least take 1 turn, like 15 minutes. Maybe a little bit more, which might pose a problem. Huh. Ah, dang it, I knew it. This was a mistake here. But we will see where it leads us, where it brings us. Any ideas on the situation from you guys in the chat? Let me know. Let me know. And I see the Tactic Fox is here with us. Thomas, grüß dich. Und Invictus ist auch dabei. Und noch einige andere, die ich nicht identifizieren kann. Alright, there is some new... let's see. Come on. Deploy the guns. They are kind of sort of here. With me. And the calf is here, which is not ideal. And then I see one of the generals, which should be einfach gewinnen, ja, auf jeden. This guy moving as expected through the town. Interestingly enough, with just 1 squadron. One guy coming through the town with, I don't know, should be this #1 thingy here, the brigade, and then we have these guys sort of deployed around here, and that's a good thing. We slowed them down significantly that way. We have them here, and they actually got a horse artillery battery with them, this one. So now the question is, how do we deal with these guys and this situation? I think we can... Oh, that's not where he is. He's actually here. So he could threaten our flank. It's now 0700. And we need to make a decision. The ground is still not in our favor here for a counterattack, but shouldn't be in their favor, so. And is this the right hill I put them on? No, it's not. So let's remove all the lines. These guys are actually here. And they could, if they turned the guns, they could reach us. Huh. That can be a problem. That could be a problem. I just leave these lines just to keep in mind that this movement could possibly happen by enemy cav. But it would be, I mean, it would be pretty weird if they got cav only with all divisions, like 3 divisions of cavalry. Would be pretty interesting. Now these guys, they are crossing this creek, but they can turn around and get in here behind us, or move up there, or move along here and can cut back across. And I can only give orders to these guys. I cannot split them. They are a brigade. I mean, technically a regiment, but you know. So I will have to ask Tag about this ground, if it is suitable for cavalry attack or not. So if it is, I would probably countercharge these guys. Hello.
Hey, so what do you want to do? You can see, obviously you can see that there's one general and some cavalry has entered Mason Niv, and enemy cavalry and guns have set up on the hill kind of opposite you with Rosarit, I cannot pronounce that, in the middle, and some cavalry has come around the forest and has entered that town as well. It's like they were trying to get around you, but you got out of the way just in time, just barely in time.
Okay, and I figure the enemy artillery could target me if they turned around. Okay. So,
yeah. No matter what type of guns they are, they're barely in range of your guns, and yours are light guns.
Yeah.
So,
one question: the area around the towns here with the cross lines, they are probably agricultural ground. Is that suitable for cavalry or not?
We're calling those orchards. That you have lots of wine that's going on here.
That's very interesting. Okay, so if that's the case, I want my battery to target the enemy general and his 1st brigade or whatever that is there in the town. When they leave the town, just blast them away.
Okay.
And my cavalry, my militia cavalry, will move east to counter the movement of the other general. So they will deploy just
kind of there, just to the east of kind of where that field hooks around, just to the east of that.
Yeah.
Where it says M on the map.
Yes, there, exactly. Yes.
All right.
Beautiful, thanks.
Any orders for your cavalry when they get there if they see the enemy do something, or?
I mean, I have a weird feeling that the cavalry there, this single squadron is like lancers or whatever. So, I mean, if the militia gets charged, they will probably countercharge, because that's what cavalry tries to do.
So defend yourselves, but don't go out of your way to charge.
Yeah.
Okay, will do.
Thanks. And then we also need to, I mean, if that is successful here, so I'm gonna move these guys over here. They will deploy like so to block this way, the path to, or the road rather, to Moulin Les Metz. These guys will just blast away. Oh, okay, forget about the line. But after that, we will probably have to move, because these guys will then open fire, I believe. Still, the ground is pretty much in our favor, I would say. If these are even orchards, that's no ground suitable for cavalry combat. So that's also why I'm pulling these guys out, and they can then cover the fallback of the horse guns, and we can bring them possibly here via this road from Sku. Thus they should be able to fire above the orchards or through the orchards here onto this road and be protected by the orchards themselves, and possibly supported by the infantry. I mean, we have even the grenadiers here. Our best unit on the field. Best unit on the field. The creme de la creme. Although I'm not so sure if we were allowed to actually buy guard units. So maybe there's even something better, potentially, but they would be rather expensive. All right. So we've still not heard from Portal, which isn't a big surprise. If the enemy is moving the long route or even this route, that will take longer than just coming east here from the map edge there. It's because they have to go there like 13 and then 30 squares, and these guys went 10 and 10. So there's that. Now the question is, I'm not so sure where in the end Portal put his guns. Are they at Mont Saint-Quentin? I believe so. I mean the horse guns. The heavy guns should be in the fortress. But maybe the horse guns are part of the cavalry brigade with the cavalry, and then they are probably somewhere in this area between Larry and Wapi to scout around and check if there is an enemy trying to get around us. Round, round, round. Ich werde hier abgelenkt. So let's just move these guys over. Problem is, militia. They are only militia, and I mean a single squadron of whatever cavalry that the general feels comfortable enough to move around with on his own. That's probably something bad. Something badass. I mean, like lances, or even like heavy cavalry, cuirassiers, or who knows, knights. I mean, we are cross era here, so maybe these are knights in plate armor or whatever. Who would ever know? And there will also be the question if, like, how tech is ruling this, like line infantry, grenadiers and line infantry in towns. How well suited are they for that task? Obviously, they have skirmisher companies in their battalion, like one company each, but possibly, or probably even, it's better to bring them out into the orchards. And I even tend to be... Maybe they can even just stay in line there to defend against the cavalry. Because the horses cannot charge through the wine orchards, you know. Huh. Alright, that's for next turn, so let's mark that down. I want the infantry to deploy in a line like so. And we will bring the supply here. And we will probably have to retire this horse artillery. And either... I mean, it's a bit sad that we have to give up this ground, this high ground around Saint-Ruffin, but either to block the road, so just place them between the houses here or something like that, and then deny this road for the cavalry. Problem then is, oops, I'm gonna take red. The enemy will be able to bring his guns up here, and we will have a little bit of a battle there. Or they can use them to fire into the orchards. Let's see, that's a range of 3. So that should be usual fire there. And it sort of opens the way, the path for cavalry to go down here or here and move through Moulin, either to get to the bridge or to come in behind. So that... I tend to bring the horse guns up here. Brown. Oh, like so. Or actually they would be... Let's put down a NATO symbol for them. Rip. So if you guys have some ideas, just put them in the chat. I'm happy to discuss those when we get new reports. All of a sudden I can no longer see what's going up there. The enemy general is moving through the orchards into Gissy. But I only can see one of his squadrons, so possibly one got routed by artillery fire, which is blasting down. These guys went where they were ordered to. And these guys are coming down here now. So probably the whole brigade. Don't know about the artillery. We will have to wait for the report. A dispatch from Portal for us, from Saint-Georges. Saint-Georges. My siege artillery will begin firing on the enemy cavalry in Maison Neave. Where the hell is Maison? Neuve. Ah, okay, so he has his siege guns up there. Let's see. Saint George, he's there, so he's probably placed them here. Bloop, siege guns. And they will shoot down. So that's a good thing. And then we got, I assume that is the column you were speaking of. I will move myself to Mont Saint-Quentin. Begin firing with my light artillery. Okay. So then I shall probably ride over to him and meet him next turn. And pull out the artillery to there. Question, what do we do with this, with the militia cav? Do we give way and pull them back? Behind Moulin? I would say so. Let's do that. Let's bring those guys here. Nope, that's what we're gonna do. And we need to remind Portal that he has to keep an eye on this area. That's very important. If we have two divisions here, there must be one coming from the north somewhere. And if that is Sam, as I said, he probably come out somewhere here and either charges in the rear or just go for the objective. Okay, so Daniel should come visit us any second after taking orders from Portal. I got a strong feeling that the militia cavalry will not be able to really make a difference today for us. I mean, they're probably only useful to force the enemy into squares somewhere if they had if they had infantry, but that's not the case, so then they can only charge routing or breaking or routing units of the enemy, the cavalry. They won't win a one-on-one clash. No way. I need to probably invest some points after this battle to raise their quality level to regulars. Or trained or whatever that would be. I think it's militia trained veterans. And then I don't know if there are elite or guard units or whatever. Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe rain, maybe snow.
The assessment is you heard your guns opened up and you saw of those two regiments that were down in the valley, one regiment took off running.
Mm-hmm.
The other regiment is up in the vineyards there at Jussie, or UC,
Yep.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you also saw you also see guns arriving on the hill, well, the ridge really more, to your northwest, as well as more cavalry, and you know that the other cavalry and general rode north to Lessie.
That's interesting. Okay. Alright, so orders for all of my units basically. I want the horse guns to move east through Moulin to get up to Scu and then deploy west of Scu.
Okay, that's SCY, right?
Yes.
Okay. Some of my pronunciations and
Yeah, no worries. Then I want my, as all these are supposed to be archers, I want my infantry, the line infantry as well as the grenadiers on the far right, to form a line anchored on Chazelle to the west, facing south, or slightly southwest maybe.
Southwest. To the west with their right anchored on Chazelle.
With their left anchored on Chazelle.
Left anchored on Chazelle. Okay.
But the grenadiers on their right, so that the open flank, so to say, is with the stronger unit. And the militia cavalry I will pull back behind Moulins to the east. And myself, I will go up to Mont Saint-Quentin to meet Portal.
All right. All right. I will work that.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of orders. Troops moving around. Moving. We keep on moving. Auf den Sieg, den kommenden. Also ich hoffe, ihr hattet alle ein schönes Wochenende bisher. Das Wetter war leider etwas beschränkt bei uns zumindest. Hat es die ganze Nacht geregnet, einen halben Tag. So let's hope this artillery can put some impact onto these guys, whatever they are. Supposedly elite cavalry. Or like specialized cavalry, as they are called in this context. Lancers, cuirassiers, carabiniers, maybe. Oh no, I guess carabiniers and cuirassiers were condensed into one class. Maybe hussars then? No, not hussars. Dragoons, I mean. Medium cavalry. If anything like that exists. They are often called medium cavalry, but historically, at least when we are talking about 7 Years' War and Napoleonics, the dragoons are heavy cavalry. They can still fight. I mean, they have muskets. They can still fight like infantry. Or be mainly used to be to protect like trains or general staffs or strategic positions. But in the battle they would fight like heavy cavalry. In the 7 Years' War there are some indications that maybe Habsburg dragoons actually sometimes fired their muskets before going in with the charge, which would be rather interesting. Or remarkable, but other than that they would not use their guns from the horseback, other than pistols obviously. But the cuirassiers had pistols too, and actually the 7 Years' War cuirassiers had muskets as well, but wouldn't use them from horseback. Back in later in the Napoleonic Wars, some of them got muskets or so-called horse muskets, so shorter versions of the musket, or carbines in, I think, 1811 or 1812. But from the French we know that they made a good effort to not carry them. The idea behind that was that if cavalry on their own was opposed by infantry blocking a bridge or whatever, that they at least had some firearms to fight them and to potentially fight across and make the way. But yeah, so it's only the chasseurs and the hussars who all have carbines and pistols and are riding around shooting from the horseback. Like a pistolero. Okay, so we can already place the pieces, I would think. These guys move potentially this way. These guys move back here. And these guys start moving out. So these are the grenadiers. They have to move over. And let's assume they move in columns. Nonetheless, they should be roughly be able to sort of reach this position. And then I will be moving. How far is that? Yeah, I should be able to reach that position. I'm a bit concerned about the militia cavalry being the only thing protecting this low ground of Moulins-les-Metz, leading to the only bridge crossing here across the Moselle, and then the Moselle Canal. Although there is a second bridge across the canal there, but who want to go through this small patch of land to get to this bridge? That'll make a lot of sense if there isn't a defender blocking this bridge. And if there is one, they would probably attack these guys crossing and try to prevent them from breaking east. Anyways, we will see. I mean, we could even pull the infantry back into these orchards then, if need be, to get closer to our artillery. But that would open the road even more. So we should probably not do that. Try to prevent that from happening. Only thing that bugs me is the enemy artillery, but if we have the heavy guns up the hill, they should potentially be able to even hit them across here on these slopes. We see. Now I'm very eager to see what's going on the next turn. Or respectively, just talk to Portal and find out what he knows what's going on in the north, if he has any contact there or not. So these guys were running, not destroyed. Meaning they were probably just routed. Routed. spotted. Or breaking, who knows? Maybe breaking. Which buys us some time at least. But it's interesting to see that the generals are moving around with such small units. Single squadrons. What's that? These guys actually made it up here. Which I would have thought would be prevented from by these guns, but obviously not. Okay. Okay.
You got your artillery out of there clean. You know that they're behind you. They're coming into Milong-Linets right now. You can see your hussars and everything kind of all got away. And that general and his cavalry, which you can see are not lancers at this point, they started heading, looks like they were heading kind of for where your infantry was just as your infantry started to make their move into line.
Mm-hmm.
Into their new line. You haven't quite made it to Mont St. Quentin yet.
Okay. All right, then I want the grenadiers. Grenadiers stay where they are for now. Trained infantry, line infantry advances to the edge of the orchard and tries to engage the enemy cavalry there in front. And I myself move up the hill.
Right, and your light guns continue to move up towards. I think they were moving towards sky or sea.
Yeah. Keep moving them there. I need to make sure that the general of the cavalry is gone before I can place them where I wanted them to be.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, will do.
Thank you. So let's see, how far would these guys have moved? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly somewhere there. These guys might have rallied already, who knows, we can't see them. And I have no idea where these guys are moving, the horses. They were here. That's 2, 3, 4. Potentially down there. Or also going up here. As they, yeah. And we have no idea to which general they belong to, so let's just assume they are still around, and I also have no idea where the artillery is going, so doesn't really matter. That would be cool if these guys would move up here and just shoot the cavalry to pieces. And hopefully, I mean, they are trained, hopefully form squares, although that would be a hard thing to do in the orchards, but then on the other hand would be hard for cavalry to attack them. Grenadiers are here at the outskirts of Chazelle. Don't want to put them too far out on their own. I mean, there wouldn't be that much of a danger of them being charged, but if these guys are hussars or chasseurs or whatever, and they have, like, always assuming they are also Napoleonic, I don't know if they are, but they then would have their carbines, as I said. They could do some skirmish action here with the grenadiers, and you really don't want line infantry unsupported by skirmishers to be skirmished at. That's a horrible thing to happen to your poor infantry if they cannot put up a skirmisher screen of their own, like send out a company. But that's usually not how this system we're using today works. We have, I assume, some pieces for skirmishes somewhere. Or not? No, not in this module. Anyways, we start using small skirmisher blocks. I'm not really content with them or like how they work so far, but at least they are there now. But we still have to think about skirmishers and light infantry in general quite a bit, I think, to make them work properly. Where is the third enemy division? That's the big thing for us right now to find out. Or for Portal to find out. And why hasn't his artillery opened fire? I thought they were in the fortress. From the fortress they should not be able to fire across this ridge line. And also not like 8 squares. So I'm a bit confused about that. Another reason why I want to go up Mont Saint-Quentin to talk to him directly, if he's still there, who knows. That's another big issue in Kriegsspiel. You never know if folks are still where they were before, a few turns before. So, who knows? If we place our horse guns up there, we could barely reach an effective range that is the road and cover the road. Possibly from there, not so much, but that would be the open here. But we have a single battery of light guns, so that's not that effective. What's that? Six guns or what? Probably six pounders, or even smaller. Earlier wars would be probably 4 pounders. I mean, if we can block them with the cavalry, but again, militia cavalry will not make that much of a stand against superior quality or numbers. And if reports take as long as they do, there probably is combat involved somewhere on the map. Because umpires need to roll dice, and rolling dice takes time. Because you have to assess the situation, the combat situation, and possibly adjust either die level, like quality levels, or number of dice rolled per unit involved, or whatever. Another thing, if these were actually routing and not just breaking, that would mean, as Daniel told us in the beginning, after the briefing that these guys have taken a hit, or will take sort of a hit, will get reduced, I should say, when they rally up, because of stragglers and hits and whatever. Which is a good thing. That's another thing. Cavalry. We have to talk cavalry, or think about cavalry, how they work, how fast they would get spent in combat. Because I feel too often we have cavalry running around for hours and charging again and again. That shouldn't be possible. I mean, there are examples. For example, thinking Blücher's hussars in the early Revolutionary Wars, who charged French infantry columns several times on the same day, like charging in, then retiring, reforming behind a slope, then going in again, moving out, reforming behind another slope, going in again. Think they charged like 3 times or what, but over a time span of 2 to 3 hours. So they took time to reform and rally and get ready again and rest their horses a bit and all that stuff. So even light cavalry cannot move around the whole day and fight endlessly. So maybe we need a spend check, especially for heavy cavalry then. If they charged in, they should probably do more of pursuits than we usually give them. Like just be out of control, so to say. But then afterwards they should be spent, I feel, for a good amount of time. So that you really have to think about where to commit heavy cavalry reserves. Same goes for 7 Years' War, of course. I have some ideas on spend trackers for those, but yeah. Every time you introduce something new to keep track of, it slows down the game. And you want to prevent that, so we have to put some thoughts into it to find a good way to implement it without slowing the game flow down. And that's the problem with all the little details that probably should be in the game, but you always have to think about if it's worth it. Or if there isn't a way to like elegantly just abstract it into something else, to some sort of a mechanic that represents various different factors impacting the unit. Who knows? That's the high art of game design, isn't it? Capturing very complex and plentiful of factors into smooth mechanics and easy to admin. And there is another screenshot, and we see that we are up the hill now. Up the rebels. The guns are moving through ski, I would say. Infantry advanced to here. These are still there. I don't know where he went, but I see... I know where he went. They broke and moved here. So that's a good thing. Sadly, it seems the general has survived, but they broke. That's fine. Okay. Hello, General.
Hello.
I get north of Mont St. Quentin because you can see absolutely nothing is going on up there. The guns on the fort are firing again at something down in the valley. Portal, your guns opened up on that cavalry where the general was and sent them skedaddling.
Hell yeah.
So he took off before Jan's infantry even got in position to shoot at him.
Yeah.
Your guns arrived at Sky, and you know your cavalry down there in the valley is on the plain is just sitting there. Nothing really to report.
All right. Then I push my infantry into the orchards now, and I will deploy the guns behind them in this open field there, like sort of on the road, on the edge of the orchards.
Okay, so where if you follow that road that kind of runs west northwest out of Sky, you want your guns to put that road kind of turns to dashed lines to the, and you want your infantry deployed, I guess, between that and Chazelle.
Yeah, they can. Can they? What's the question? Yeah, do that. Yeah, put them between there. That's fine.
Okay.
So Jan, have you seen the enemy so far?
I've seen 2 generals with at least 7 cavalry squadrons, probably more, and 1 horse gun. But there is probably a lot more coming in behind them. I don't know where the 3rd division is.
And this is brutality, right? So they, if a unit like breaks or routes, it'll like lose strength, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. I mentioned that I'm enforcing brutality rules. So if a unit breaks, then at least temporarily. I haven't decided how that's going to translate into the full campaign, because those are step losses, and obviously that's going to happen. So I'm going to have to decide how that's going to translate campaign-wide. But that's not for today. Within the battle, yes, they lose strength.
Okay. So we want to be careful with where we deploy our stuff. It's not like they'll be fine again.
No.
Like routed. I mean, I think that guy's just scouting us out and finding what our position is. TBH.
Have you any idea where the 3rd division is?
I've only seen this one division this whole time.
Okay, so up north there's nothing.
I don't think so. There wasn't anything when I was there, at least.
Yeah, and your gun. Obviously, your gunners up in the fort can see pretty well, and they continue to toss a rock with a note on it down to a rider who tells you nothing. They can see absolutely nothing to the north.
All right.
Your siege gunners, aside from the fact they're firing at pretty much the extreme of their range at troops in Mason Neve, that cavalry down there, there's nothing else they can see.
Okay.
And they're firing their absolute maximum range down there. So
I'm thinking about sending my cavalry to the east a little bit, just to be sure that there's nobody going around us.
Yeah, that's probably fine. Where do you think I should move my artillery?
The horse guns,
Yeah.
they seem to be in a good spot there.
Yeah.
Well, from where Jan is sending his troops, they'll be shooting over their heads. But that is really a significant elevation change. But also just something to keep in mind, and I'm doing this really because this is first battle for some people with this stuff.
Yeah.
Your horse guns that road that goes down at the bottom of the ridge, that's basically maximum range for the horse guns up on Mont Saint Quentin.
I mean, we could probably otherwise like form a small grand battery there with both our horse guns.
I don't see the point if they're not. I mean, if I had to bet, you saw cavalry at the disused quarry, right?
Yes. All I saw from the west was cavalry and horse guns so far.
So, but it was like 7 units, right? 7 regiments?
Yeah, at least there was more behind them.
So I assume they're probably going into the valley. I would almost say we could deploy up and...
Well, and your gunners firing down on Mason Neve are not firing at the cavalry you already shot at. They can
Yeah.
tell you that much.
Well, I guess I'll just keep my artillery where it is, and fire if something comes close, I guess. Oh.
I mean, if they keep continuing moving through the valley there to Moulin, you would probably not be able to shoot down there because my men are in the way. And
Yeah.
because it's, already a bit out of range then.
Do you think I should move the horse-swept guns a bit south then?
Probably.
Alright. So limber up the horse guns. Have them set up a little bit more to the southwest.
Mm-hmm.
Move the infantry up. I want to be on, like, where is it? Like, just a little bit forward, like 1 square south and 1 square west.
Okay, so you don't want to be up there with Jan's guns.
Oh, well, I guess I'll put the guns together. I don't know.
Okay. All right, and I'll just have the infantry move up kind of beside your guns.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to do anything with your cavalry?
Jan or me?
Well, never mind. Your cavalry move with your horse guns, so never mind. No worries.
Can you move me
Alright.
down to Chazelle, to my grenadiers?
Yep. I'll move you down to your grenadiers.
Thanks.
And what did you want your cavalry to do?
Move east to the mill there at the Moselle, sort of, this open area there, to keep an eye on the far east.
At the move into the over here, the Montvieux, or towards the ferry, or towards the bridge. More towards the ferry, or more towards the bridge, I guess.
No, it's far east to Saint-Martin, so to say.
Oh, I see where you're saying the mill. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you wanna go that way.
Yeah, just to be sure that there is no Semmler doing similar things behind us.
Okay. All right, we'll do.
Cool, thanks.
Should I split up channels again?
Oh, we can still sit here.
Okay.
Together until we break for the next.
Yeah.
When I see the screenshot, split to your own channel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Will do.
I'm gonna BRB as well.
So we are sending these guys here. We are deploying the guns there. We are deploying the infantry between the guns and Chazelle, and the grenadiers stay there. And then these horse guns come down to form a small grand battery. Like so. Something like that. Alrighty.
Well, we've broken 1 cavalry unit. It's a good start.
Yeah, there was another one. So one of the generals, I suppose that's headquarter 3, whatever, he was riding with 2 squadrons of the 1st Brigade. And he's probably at Saint-Refin with one of them, because the other one got... I mean, I don't know if they broke or routed, but there was a volley I got out when they crossed through Roserieux with my horse guns. So there's another one running somewhere in the rear, and then we have, and I don't know to which these guys belong, but a brigade of 4 cavalry units that is there in Maison Neuve, And they also have a horse artillery unit there.
Well, I know I have a good view with the siege guns on Maison Nialve. So they're getting fire down there. I doubt they'll sit there very long.
Yeah. I mean, if they just try to move through Moulin now, I will push my infantry down to the edge of the orchards to engage them.
Yeah. I am a little worried our guns are out of range on the mountain, but there's not much you can do about it, you know? Because I'm worried if they do a big rush now, I think they can probably get to the river. And if that's 2 horse artillery and 6 units of cavalry, I mean, that's a lot.
Yep, it is.
I wonder, this is meta, but I wonder if those were his guards with him there. To like put the guards in their own brigade.
Yeah, we're thinking maybe lances, but Daniel said last turn when they came up into this area here between the orchards west of Giselle, that they are not lances, so maybe, yeah, heavy cav or whatever.
That's sad.
But it's indeed very interesting to see a general move around with a single squadron of cavalry. So.
Well, I think it's smart. You're like scouting out our location.
Yeah, sure.
I think he could have done it a little differently, but it's hard. I don't know. I think it's a good idea to come and see what we're doing.
Yep.
Get ready for an assault.
That's true.
I do think they're approaching us from the wrong way. They should try and probably go north.
Yeah, I mean, that's that's probably what they are doing with their 3rd division.
Yeah.
Or the 3rd division is just infantry only and creeping up behind them. I don't know.
Could be. I mean, 6 units of cav is a lot.
Yeah. What was the... how expensive were these guys? Rainbow Tourney, pins. So militia cavalry 1 point. And then specialized cavalry 4 points. That's a lot.
And 2 horse artillery. I assume the 4 is probably militia cavalry.
Yeah, I think so too.
So that's 4 plus 4 plus 4, 12. And then 1 extra unit. Yeah. A lot of guys.
Alright, a new report, so we need to split up now.
Alright.
Good luck.
Good luck. Let me go down.
Right, so I'm here, these guys are moving out 6. Somewhere there, who knows where they are, what they do. I'll just place them where I want them to go. Somewhere here, just keeping an eye there. that there is no enemy cutting down through the bridge. Then we have our batteries here shooting. At least my battery. Let's get some smoke for the ambience. It's all about the atmosphere, isn't it? And then what we can see is... So these guys are actually moving here, it seems. Sorta, kinda. Don't know where this guy is, but it seems like these guys are coming through here, and they bring their horse artillery with them. And we assume these guys are sitting there. Maybe. And then we did actually disrupt another horse artillery, which is... No, it's not even a horse artillery, it's heavy guns. Battery number 12. Sitting there on the edge. And these guys disappeared. Wherever they went. Who knows? They were breaking, so... Wherever their supply train is, they went to. Back at least, and these guys are probably also rallied by now. So, what to do about this movement? Shall we push infantry into Moulin now? Is that suitable? Is that feasible? I don't know. But we need to do something about it. Any ideas in the chat? Clasper, hi. Hope you're having a good weekend. Good to see you too, my friend. We should play another session of Field of Glory soon, because I haven't played in a while. I was kind of burned out with Field of Glory 2, but I got a feeling that I should come back to the game. Okay.
So you're watching. Oh, I should look at your screenshot to make sure I'm telling you the right things. Yep. You've watched a bunch of cavalry kind of go down that valley into Maisonneuve and then back up onto the hill there by Saint Raphine, along with several regiments of cavalry, along with artillery, and it took some fire from, it's from the fort. It saw some shells, plow up some more ground down there, but not do anything useful. Enemy artillery set up on the ridge there north of Maisonneuve, opposite your guns at Chazelle. Your guns opened up and managed to inflict some damage of some sort. They can't really tell you how great it was, but they inflicted something.
Yep,
and you can see, aside from cavalry, a column of cavalry at Saint Raphine, you can see a whole bunch of troops. You'd almost call it a gaggle fuck. People on horses right there.
Where's that?
Where Saint Raphine is,
Yeah.
that little finger that goes out due east, you can see, you would call it a gaggle of people on horses just kind of standing around, rather than a column of cavalry you see moving. So.
Okay, then I want my horse gun to shift fire onto this gaggle and the cavalry brigade that is coming out of Saint Raphine, this area there.
Okay.
And I will push my infantry, both the grenadiers and the line infantry, down to the station, to the edge of the orchards there. Yeah.
All right. Form a line there at the station.
Yeah, so that I have an eye on Moulin. I don't want the enemy to get through.
With your grenadiers behind the embankment, because there's that little bit of an embankment there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be good.
All right, will do.
Great, thank you.
All right.
And these guys will probably open fire next turn onto these guns, or maybe over there, I don't know. I have no clue. But Mr. Portal should be up here, keeping an eye out. And if they get through Moulin, I will recall my hussars, even though they are militia units. Because if the artillery and the infantry can apply some disruption on the enemy, then it's probably might be a chance for the militia cavalry to deal some damage behind, or in this open space behind Moulin. We will see. So Klesper hasn't played Field of Glory in a while as well. So yeah, we should do that. We should definitely do that. I must say I'm actually not playing that much in general at the moment, but just some, I mean, Kriegsspiel obviously, but other than that, just some play-by-email games. So I have some Flashpoint campaign games going, still some Tiller sessions, which take forever. And Amentus, hello! Oh! How long it takes to get into the basics of Field of Glory 2? So, in my opinion, I think if you have a basic idea of the troop types, Field of Glory 2 is rather accessible for new players. You can play that without having a deep understanding of the mechanics. And you will obviously learn by playing. Klesper, thank you so much. So you can just dive in and play, and we can, if you want to, we can play a hot seat game and talk openly about why moving units where and how they work, and a bit about mechanics and stuff. If you would be interested in that. Other than that, we could also play by email and talk about it, like via the server, obviously. Yeah. I mean, you can make a science out of it. If you want to do that, ask General Butterblümchen for his... he has various sheets and presentations, like PowerPoint presentations and stuff with all the rules and mechanics and how you should deploy these guys and those guys. And but yeah, Field of Glory 2, as Klesper says, it's really accessible for a tabletop war game, and yeah. You should be good if you have a basic understanding of what units should be able to do. And the manual, I mean, the Slytherin games always come with, I think, great manuals. So if you have questions to specific mechanics or how generals work or whatever, you can just check it out there. And if you want to go deeper into that, you can ask me, or probably even better, you go for Butterblümchen. He's just a mega brain when it comes to game mechanics. He will tell you. And he, to be fair, he almost always beats me in Field of Glory 2 when we play. We haven't played in a while now, but I haven't won against him that many times. Because I'm not so much, I must say, I'm not so much a min-max player or pro gamer or whatever. I wanna just play along how I feel the battle should develop. And other than that Butterblümchen knows so much about the mechanics and how to exploit them. He is also a very interesting player in the regard that he plays very tactically, so to say. He will probably try to lure you into a position. And sort of like turn his whole army around when you come close, and like move away into much more favorable ground for him, and all that stuff, and force you to split up or get out of your formation while following up. And then he turns again and like charges in and pins you down and brings mobile troops forward to outflank you and all that stuff. So he's really a great player when it comes to not only to Field of Glory 2, but that game as well. So if you want to challenge the master, then he's the guy. Oh, Clasper, weren't you a VIP before? I'm not sure. Can we see that in the chat? I don't think so. I believed you were, but maybe not. But yeah, let's go, of course. Oh, I see. No, you must have been a VIP before, because Amentis isn't one, right? Yeah, okay. But thank you very much, guys, for subscribing. That's awesome. You know, I'm not streaming that often on Twitch, so I do appreciate it even more. I should do it more often. Again, there were times when I streamed once or twice a week. But you know, with work and all the other projects, sometimes you don't have the energy to sit down and play around. And I see there is possibly another player who could come in as reinforcements for us. He is chilling in the lobby on the IKS server, so. And it's the Brad guy we were talking about in the beginning. Maybe he will be with us in a few. Who knows? Okay. Meanwhile, while we are waiting for the next report, I can take a look if I have some additional VIP tags to give out to some of you. That would be community and roads, I think. Yeah. And I want to give, let's see. I've only one VIP left. No. I will probably give that to Rob. And as soon as I get additional ones, Amentis gets one as well. I mean, it's just for the chat, you know, it's, yeah. But it's cool to have it, right? So let's see who else has them. Those guys didn't show up in a while, so I can remove one here, and then I can give that to Amentis. Why not? Sir, you have been promoted. Thank you very much, Clasper. That's really much appreciated. And just for you guys, if you're interested in Kriegsspiel, once again, let me drop you the link to the IKS homepage. That's the International Kriegsspiel Society. There you can find some information and resources about Kriegsspiel. And there is a link to the Discord server if you want to join. I know Rob Sharp and Amentis are already there with me. I think it's an awesome community. I'm having a blast with these folks over there over the last 6-7 months. 7 months now. I joined after the last Armchair Dragoons Digital Convention in June last year, I think. yeah, I played my first Kriegsspiel there during the online convention. It was a Lynchburg game. Robin was also there, and some other folks. And afterwards, I joined the International Kriegsspiel Society and found myself in the role of being commander-in-chief of the Army of the Potomac for Grand Gettysburg, which then happened in August, and I spent 2 months like preparing for that, preparing my team for that and all that stuff. That was also an awesome ride and a large game. Probably you've seen the videos on my YouTube channel or the stream back in the day, which went on for about 12 hours or so, the game. But it was a blast. It was really a huge event, and meanwhile I am an admin in the International Kriegsspiel Society and working on some iterations of the rules for my own games, or like 7 years war focused games. And we are having great debates and discussions there about mechanics and history and all that stuff. What? Bad at speeches. Yeah. TV, no. I would have been the last. I think I would have been in the last sort of group. Im letzten Jahrgang sozusagen, um Wehrpflicht oder Zivildienst zu machen. Ich wurde dann von der Dienstpflicht befreit. Naja, und danach gab es halt auch keinen Dienst mehr. I think everybody in the chat, at least those guys who are chatting right now, are from Germany, so that's a little bit... Oh, and Mark überall, thank you for the follow. I did catch that before, but I missed to say hello to you, so thanks. Welcome to Let's Play History. And Brad is with us now. Ooh, I mean, from a game perspective, we shouldn't be allowed to know, but he's now in Blue 3 voice channel, so I can see that. That means we are getting reinforcements from the north, which is a good thing to know. If there is an enemy somewhere in this area here, which I assume to be the case, I mean, I don't think... Why wouldn't the general be in front here with the other generals if there is infantry creeping up this road? So he's probably somewhere in the north. And if that's the case, it's great to have another division in his rear to possibly catch him. you know, it's I wouldn't say it's weird, because I'm not so sure if I would have denied service. Maybe yes, maybe no. I was back in the day, I was undecided, and then for health reasons I was I didn't have to do any service, but I probably would have done the Wehrdienst. I don't know. A few years later I would not have done it for sure. But I don't think it's weird or paradoxical to sort of deny the whole military thing, or serving in the military and being interested in military history and tactics and all that stuff, because there are so many different layers to both aspects. It's indeed very complex, but yeah. Probably a topic to have a very long debate about sometime somewhere at a bonfire with a few bottles of beer. And especially I think Kriegsspiel is special in this regard. Let's see, there's a new update. So I have the feeling that these guys, I can barely see a unit. These guys are probably moving down to the ferry. And I'm not sure if they will be allowed to use it. And the... Wait, is that still the same general, or is there now another one? I'm not sure. There is a general here, and I see two of these guys moving down the road. The artillery is now here, and these guys, I don't know where they are. Probably they are here. But where are these guys then? Plus there is infantry coming up. Is that the number 1 or number 2? I don't know. Infantry. So they are pushing for the ferry now. Let's assume it's number 1. In road column. At least 3 of them. And these guys are probably rallied and running around somewhere. Can they move that fast? Cavalry can move up to 6 squares on roads in open ground in 15 minutes. A square is about 300 meter, or it's 400 paces, and then yeah, we can have a debate about what a pace is, but let's assume it's about 300 meters. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. Who knows which pace applies? Unfortunately, though, my artillery does not seem to have had much of an impact on these guys. Maybe on these, maybe they routed these, I don't know, possibly. I don't know. So I think we need to push the infantry into Moulins now. I think we have to do it. Otherwise they just, I mean, if they can cross via the ferry, that will probably take them some time, but if they can, the road for them is open to cross the canal. So we could recall the militia cavalry to cross here and then counterattack, just throw them in and hope the best. Yeah, terrain definitely has an effect. So depends on the umpire, but even roads going uphill should slow you down, and if you go through rough ground or uphill and stuff, then that slows you down. If you're moving in line formation instead of marching column, that slows you down, all that stuff. Depends on unit type and terrain, of course, but that should be a thing. Okay, I should write another dispatch to my fellow general. It is now 8:15. 08:15. Enemy infantry marching through Saint-Ruffin. Hello.
Some things that you can see. You have been able to see, obviously you can see what you can see, but you've also been able to see that a lot of troops have moved kind of south of Moulins and south of Preville.
They're trying to use the ferry.
It would appear so.
Yeah, well, that's a problem. Okay, I will recall my cavalry, and they shall move across the Moselle using the bridge. And if the enemy is actually able to cross via the ferry, then they are ordered to charge in whatever has crossed already.
All right.
And then I have the feeling that, although I don't really like it, I have to push my infantry forward into Moulins to stop them from moving down south there. Or if they are already there, just block them in.
Okay. So you kind of want to... Do you want to move off the ridge entirely down into the valley at Milan? Where it changes colors to where it's on the flat?
Yeah, I definitely want to engage the enemy. Let's see how far there is the road away there. Yeah, so I have to go into the valley, and then there are the houses in between. So I probably have to go down onto the road that's coming from the west, running into Moulins, to be able to attack them.
The one that's coming in from kind of the northwest at Maisonneuve.
Yes.
Will do.
And I will go down with them, and the artillery is still ordered to attack whatever is coming out of Saint-Rufin.
All right.
And I send a dispatch.
All right.
So, enemy infantry marching through Saint-Rufin. Cannot say for sure, but there might be with the 3rd General. It appears the cavalry tries to cross the Moselle via the ferry to Maison Rouge, the Red House. Maison Rouge. I have recalled my cavalry to cross the river and attack what has possibly already crossed. Boom. Alright, so are the referees who double check? There are 2 to 3. I can't say for sure now because John might just be hanging around and watching them. I think there are 2 umpires right now. So yes, they should have an eye on that and discuss the situations briefly while processing the game. And then Mark asks how close the routes you're using are to the original 1862 to Fetladis. Yeah, I've heard on the IKS channel that you use a kind of modified version. Absolutely. So there are, as you probably know, several historic iterations of Kriegsspiel, starting, if we talk like this sort of Kriegsspiel, starting in 1824 with the Reiswitz, and then being constantly improved or modified, so to say. The 1862, I'm not so sure if that's the second Reiswitz or is it the first Meckel. Meckel is probably a bit later, because I have this connection because Tufet Ladi sells them with the Meckel maps, is the so-called, one of which we're using right here. But we are definitely not using these. I mean, then historically there was this, and Meckel is one of the guys who did advocate for that, is to move away from the very detailed nitty-gritty rule system Reiswitz introduced, which was on detachment level, 2-minute turns, tracking ammunition, tracking losses, and all that stuff. And we have those rules available, but it takes forever to play a game, even on division size battles. And most of our scenarios are at least core on core, if not 2 or multiple cores against multiple cores. So we are playing with battalions as smallest units, usually like bound together into at least regiments or brigades, and it is the brigade that you are ordering around and not the single battalions. And then when we go back to Reiswitz, you are probably commanding companies or whatever. So that's far too detailed. We have some new variations. I know Marshall is working on them who tend to go back to the old style of unit blocks and such, but in general, to answer your question now finally, we are using the so-called brigade system, which was invented by Alex back for Grand Gettysburg and that stuff for American Civil War, on, as I said, brigade level, so several regiments in the brigade there. And we have taken these rules and have developed various new iterations to come closer to Napoleonic or pre-Napoleonic combat, and also get rid of a few subpar mechanics that were included in these rules, although we are still using some aspects that were used. For example, these disruption markers, and then we have several folks working on the dice, but the dice you see here, these are the actual old brigade dice, at least these, not this one. This is a morale die. And this is a new iteration which introduces ammunition, so that units can go low or out of ammunition. And then we have Otto, who has new dice, like unit type specific for infantry, cavalry, artillery. I think they are 12-sided. And then we have Marshall, who has, I don't know, I've not really understood his dice yet because I didn't care, but they are also for cavalry, infantry, artillery. Then he has a special die for counter battery fire and all that stuff. So lots of stuff going on, developing various iterations for various different time periods and scales and all that stuff. So in fact, we are using much more streamlined systems than the original rules. Not going to Meckel. Meckel advocated to throw rules overboard, actually. That doesn't mean that you could say he is one of the guys arguing for free Kriegsspiel, in which the Empire would just either, in the most radical iteration of free Kriegsspiel, the Empire would just say, okay, this combat would result in this and that, and these guys are winning and the others are losing. Then the next iteration is, okay, the Empire takes a look at the situation, says the odds are this and that, and then he just rolls a d6 normal standard die, and I don't know, on 1 to 2 these guys win, on 4 to 5 or 4 to 6 the other guys win, something like that. But we are going a bit more into detail without becoming too, or creating a system that is too complex to run turns of within like 15 minutes or so. That's when we are playing on this scale here, at least with like brigades as the commandable units or unit compositions, like formations, then we aim for 15 or 20 minutes per turn. And that is regardless how many formations there are on the field. Obviously, the more formations you have, the more umpires you need and all that stuff to guarantee that you still can process turns in 15 minutes, but yeah, and then it comes down to players and how detailed they give orders and all that stuff. But there are many factors that can influence turn length, but the idea is to have sort of a basic system that manages to represent the historical conditions, combat conditions, well enough without getting too much into details. And yeah, we are still having frequent debates about how to do things. And as I said before, we still need to figure out how to actually implement light infantry, like dedicated light infantry regiments and then battalions, regiments, when we come to French, even brigades, for Napoleonics, or how we should prevent cavalry commanders to just charge in again and again, and those little things. But I think all the systems we have are running smooth enough, and obviously there is like no reason not to have various different systems, because all of them are trying to make different arguments on different aspects, and that's a good thing. I mean, that's sort of I mean, that's the funny connection between game design and history, or historical science even. Game design is like an argument about history, and this context on combat obviously, but how like the historical reality would have potentially represented in a plausible way. And there is nothing wrong with having different iterations and perspectives on that, and discussing that constantly again and again. Okay, so I'm moving down here with my infantry into Moulin, trying to attack these horses, and I have trained infantry and grenadiers, so if the cavalry would out of nowhere try to charge, we would be able to get out a volley and possibly even be able to form square in time, because they have to cross this little creek running down here, which is called the Montvaux. Is it Montvaux, I think. Yeah. Oh man, if they actually are allowed to cross by the ferry, I'll be mad. I'll be mad. These guys are coming back, like, I think they can go down this way, the railroad, and they should be somewhere here. Obviously the railroads are just roads for us here, because we are Napoleonic, or even before that. We still don't know what sort of units, for which era these units we are facing here, so still operating in the assumption that these are also Napoleonic units. So that's also the reason when you go to the IKS YouTube channel and watch the videos from umpire perspective, you will find that people are using different dice, for example, or making different decisions about unit behavior when it comes to being pushed back by combat results, or breaking, or being allowed to form special formations or whatever. I'm a bit sad given the circumstances that, again, I'm not able to really exploit mixed order formation here with my division. Because there is just too much ground that we have to cover that I could do that. Keep all my guys together, have the grenadiers and assault columns maybe on the flank and the infantry in line and supported by cavalry on the flanks, or just staying in the rear and moving forward to force the enemy into squares and then beat them down with the artillery or whatever. But that's how it is. Yeah, so I don't know if that is a new commander here. It appeared to me that possibly this is commander number 1. Let me check that. I can get a bigger version. Still can't really say if that is commander number 1. So it's don't think it's commander number 2 though. I mean, this is a bit gamey now, but another thing that probably shouldn't be, the players should be able to do, like read which headquarter they see there in the far distance. And that is a reason why we are using these blocks. These blocks do not show the unit quality, for example. They just show, okay, that's number 2, whatever that means. So, and if their number 3 was... Okay, that was headquarter 2 coming down with these horses before. So which one was the one we were facing on the hill? Was that... Let me double check. 2. Yeah, 2 was moving with these guys. With these guys. Which one did route, but we assume they returned to him. And then I think this one was number 3. So I actually think they are all here. They are making a strong push. But I can't say for sure. And then that would probably mean that Mr. General 2 is down here trying to cross, or has already crossed. Who knows? Maybe. What sort of confuses me is that this brigade of 4 battalions, or squadrons I should say, of cavalry has split off, that they were allowed to do that. That's Kriegsspiel. It's all about fog of war, you know. Limited knowledge. That is what Kriegsspiel is about. Dealing with that. And then making decisions based on limited knowledge and coordinating with your team and giving precise orders. That's what Kriegsspiel is about. And in the end, we always have a debriefing and we are talking about the situation, how it developed, what one could have, should have probably made differently, and all that stuff. So if you are jumping in and start playing Kriegsspiel, don't be afraid to make mistakes, because Kriegsspiel is all about that, making mistakes and learning. For everyone, for the umpires as well. I mean, you can, during the game, you can't really challenge the decisions of the umpire because they need to move on. And they are like the god who decides what's happening. They can even break the rules if they want to. No problem. But afterwards, after the game, you can then go in and say, okay, you moved these guys up that slope, that was too quick, and then you allowed them to attack me, and that's not, that wasn't a reasonable decision or whatever. So everybody learns that. That's the great thing about Kriegsspiel. Even if you're not interested in military history at all, I feel you can learn so much from playing a Kriegsspiel. Especially if you have like a bigger scenario with a really detailed briefing and scenario briefing and then all that stuff and various challenges you have to overcome. I mean, this is pretty simple because we are playing this tournament. So it's just like, okay, we defend that, they attack us, let's go in. But if it comes to more complex scenarios, there is so much to think about and to coordinate, and yeah. I'd really say it's a great learning tool, not only when it comes to like sort of making tactical decisions, but far beyond that. You could use it as a team building tool. You can, I don't know, try to improve how you work together with other folks, how to express yourself, like giving precise orders and precise dispatches and descriptions, how you communicate with others and all that. There are so many aspects Kriegsspiel has, which make it such an awesome tool. And also, at the same time, just a fun little game to play. If you can find some umpires for you to run the game. So if you're interested in playing Kriegsspiel, as I said before, come join the International Kriegsspiel Society. We are also running sometimes smaller games on my Discord server with the community. So Rob Schrob and Amentis have helped me before umpiring there. And we had some pretty interesting games. So if you're interested in that, join the Discord server. I would probably not be able to run any game this month because next weekend is the Armchair Dragoons Digital Convention. I'll be the lead umpire there for 3 Kriegsspiel sessions, 2 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday, in a small mini campaign. And then the weekend after, there are some games to be played that take part in or are part of a sort of a bigger campaign. We are playing in a pseudo-fictional Napoleonic universe, and we still need to finish our Grand Antietam game. So there's all that. But yeah, if you want to play next weekend during the Armchair Dragoons Digital Convention, you can sign up still. You will be able to sign up during next week as well. There is a little fee, I think $5. You need to pay $5 for when you register for the convention. They have lots of great sessions with board games via Tabletop Simulator, via Vassal and stuff. Looks like we got beaten pretty badly. What is my artillery even doing there, huh? Come on, folks. Come on. Obviously, I'm still sitting there, but these guys are engaged with cavalry number 3. Now we have actually 4 infantry. These guys are running. They've been hit twice and are breaking, so goodbye, lads. And these guys are hit and disrupted. So let's put some markers down. That's bad news for us. Certainly. Maybe I got these wrong. Maybe these are actually 2 different units there. So we have infantry here They are coming in double line. We are engaged, like so. And they are fighting cavalry number 3. And another cav number 3 is routing down here. Or not routing, breaking. They have deployed battery number 2. Where's this battery 3? I'm more and more confused about what's going on here. Horse battery number 2. Here, and then they bring supply 1. No, should be 1 here. And there is a unit of these guys.
Well, that was what it was.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, your guys started marching off the hill in time for cavalry to be coming through Malin, so the grenadiers turned, engaged, and drove off one regiment of cavalry quickly. But then infantry were just marching off the other ridge, and y'all met in the valley.
Yeah.
Plus, your guns are pretty much at the end of their range, so they're not doing as much damage as you might have liked.
Oh, that's a pain.
And yeah, the right of your line took fire from literally everybody.
I will try to, I mean, they are at least trained, and they are grenadiers, to pull them back into Chazelle.
Okay.
No, let's hope that works out.
Well, the cavalry are fighting your dragoons, so they're dismounted in the houses fighting with you. So they're not charging at the moment.
Okay.
We want to pull everybody back to Chazelle's.
Yep.
All right.
Hunker down in the town.
All right, that is it. And obviously, you cannot control what your horses are doing to do at this point. They're going to do what they're going to do.
Yeah. Of course they will.
All right, I'm out.
So that means probably that these guys are fighting here, and they are poor militia, so I have a bad feeling about that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, Amantis, you're absolutely right. That's what we are dealing with every day, and incomplete information, time constraints, contingencies, like unforeseen incidents happening to us. That's what we deal with every day. So that's cool to reflect on it in such a, like, using a game as a tool to reflect about how we do it and what an impact it has on us to be in such a situation. So I'm still confused about these guys. What's going on with these guys? Where's the second of the first brigade? Are they? I mean, I assume these guys are the ones that were broke before because they have hit. So don't know where the second battalion is. Squadron, sorry. I think there is a general here with these guys. But maybe... And then there's also the story, where is this battery? Is it down here with these guys? Whoops. Like trying to move over there. Is this might be a division. although as it appears they have no supply trains. All the supply trains are creeping through the orchards. That could be another option, or we have actually inflicted at least one disruption. But this is a pain. 2 hits, and when they reform they are probably destroyed, because that might apply another hit on them. So, and that's, yeah, trained infantry. So there go, I don't know, 2 points. Let me double check how expensive these guys were. Rainbow Tourney. So trained infantry, 2 points, yes. We started out with 12 points total. Then could buy militia infantry, 1 point, trained infantry, 2 points, militia cavalry, 1 point, trained cavalry or light artillery, 2 points, heavy artillery, 3 points, and trained specialized infantry or cavalry or artillery, 4 points. So the grenadiers are 4 points, these guys are 2 points, 2 points, and then I have the light guns, 2 points, and 1 point each for the militia cavalry down there. That's all I could get. And I had hoped actually to be able to, with the points I will get after this battle, to maybe specialize these guys to light infantry. But by the looks of things, I will have to replenish them first of all. And I also hope to get these guys to regular or trained quality from militia, but that's really unfortunate. I also can't see if this battery is still up there, this one here from Portal, or if he moved them off. Let's send another dispatch to Portal maybe. 12 points to Germany. So, if the North is still unopposed, I suggest you to support my position. My infantry is being driven out of Moulin les Metz. Les Metz. And I am still unaware whether the enemy was able to cross the Moselle via the ferry. Alrighty. Unfortunate, very unfortunate. I'm eager to learn which quality these guys are, because, I mean, I still don't know if these are 2 different divisions. They probably are. So there's probably one division here, these guys, and probably one division there, these guys. Then we still have whatever is up there. And wherever they are going to. So at the moment, I assume all three enemy divisions to be down here in front of me. Could also, of course, be the case that still one is somewhere in the north doing stuff. And we should get reinforcements eventually. So hopefully they get in behind. So let's just write a dispatch to them, shall we? So to Brett. Yeah, see you next time, class, but take care as well. Just drop me a message whenever you're ready to start a game. We can set something up. So Brett somewhere. Saint Marie Ocean. And probably Châtel Saint-Germain. Don't know. And Châtel Saint-Germain. So I should have changed my location actually. At Chazelle 8:30. General, I am facing 2 to 3 enemy divisions of cavalry and infantry at Moulin les Metz. I'm being driven back. Portal is around Fort Plappeville and Mont Saint-Quentin. I hope you are in a position to attack enemy's rear. From the north or at Roserie. Roserie. Yeah. So let's hope this dispatch is even getting through. Who knows? We have couriers being intercepted pretty rarely. Only if they bump into light cavalry or something like that. And there might be then a die roll involved to see if the cavalry can catch them. But otherwise they will just try to avoid enemy positions and move around. Ah, what an unlucky situation here. This If these guys are trained, so 2 points for horse guns, and let's assume these are trained, it would be 10 points already, and then, yeah, maybe 2 cavalry. Huh, could be the case. Although, like, these guys probably also did shoot down here. Nonetheless, these are unlucky die rolls for us. Or lucky for them. And these guys aren't really at max range though. They should be. Okay, they were engaged with our infantry, but now if they can shoot above these houses, that's the question, or through the houses, then they could support us while we fall back to Chazelle. Grrr. You're winning, son. Right now, not so much. Probably. I hope Red is coming in from behind now to catch them unprepared, but you see what's going on here. These guys got battered by artillery and infantry and took 2 hits and broke, so they are probably gone. Lost a battalion of trained infantry here. And these guys aren't in a good shape either. The Grenadiers managed to break a Dragoon squadron and are still engaged in the town, but now I'm pulling back to Chazelle, so try to re-establish my infantry there. Meanwhile, I have no idea what my militia cavalry is doing. I fear that the enemy has crossed via the ferry. At least that's my impression, because all these guys are gone. I have no idea, and these guys are only militia, so that's probably, if they are not able to charge those guys getting out of the ferry here, then those are probably also lost, and the way is open for the enemy to move to Montigny. Which would be a shame, but I'm not really sure how we could have deployed differently to prevent that from happening. I mean, like maybe here on the edge of the map, but that's pretty gamey to like anchor your line on the edge of the map. And still the enemy would have had heavy guns, light guns, and potentially another light gun here, and all that cavalry. So, think I'm in a bad shape right now. I hope I can at least restore my troops to the same quality again after that battle here. So, if not, it's getting worse for the next. Why is the donation thing not showing subscriptions? That's weird. I have to check that with Tippy. Y'all shall get your fame, you know. And I also need to prepare the scenarios for next weekend. So let's hope the battle doesn't take too long today, otherwise I will have to do it tomorrow evening. which would be alright, but there are some folks who should take a look at the briefings before the convention. Namely my assistant umpires. 2v3, yeah, that's exactly the situation. By now, looking at the voice channels, I know that we have gotten a third player in, so that's Brad. Daniel did mention that in the beginning that there is a possible reinforcement coming in. Hello.
Hey there, how's it going?
Right now it's...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And right now I'm in a bad spot here. One of my battalions got really battered, and I'm falling back.
Yeah, seems so. Well, I got you an update from the front. The time is now 8:45.
Mm-hmm.
There you are. I'll get that message out very shortly. As you can see here, your artillery is engaging. The engagement isn't going too well for your units here. You can't necessarily see where it's coming from. Somewhere in the southwesterly direction, there are cannonballs coming that are ripping through your ranks still. Your unit on the right side, the 2nd Battalion, is disrupted and has taken a good amount of casualties. You're currently right in smack dab in the middle of the fight, though, so you can't really see the tactical situation too well.
Yep, okay.
But, yep. Let me know what you'd like to do.
I guess I will stay for now. There's not much else I can do. The other battalion is probably lost there at the supply trains. Do I have any reports from my hussars?
Your hussars. Sorry, whereabouts are they? Sorry, I just came in.
Probably at Maison Rouge. I mean, I sent them across the Moselle. They were in the east. I sent them across the Moselle as the enemy seemed to try to cross via the ferry.
Ah, I see. Let me just double check on that.
Yep.
Sorry, give me 1 second on that.
So at least we're dealing some disruption here. Let's see. These guys, we copy. So it is like so. So. Yeah, and these guys are actually bricking, so that's good. But we are still under artillery fire from there. The dragoons aren't there. Don't know what's going on with these guys. They are probably running for the supplies. And now I'm sitting here and I have a report from Portal. I appear to have marched directly into enemy infantry. 3 at Lessie. I also have a sneaking suspicion there are more. I will withdraw to our defensive hill west of Saint-Quentin in order to open them up to the siege artillery. The American 13th Regiment has arrived near Maison Rouge. Okay. So not from the north there, but heading west to Lorry. Wait, what? Arrived near Maison Rouge. That's down here. They are moving to Lorry. Lorry. Where is Lorry? There is Leslie. There's Lorry. Okay, so he's marching north. That's good to know. So my courier went the wrong way then. And Portal is where? Infantry at Lessie. Okay.
So, quick question, because I just got here. Do you know what the orders you gave to those cavalry were?
Orders for the cavalry were to cross the Moselle and then move west to Maison Rouge and attack if the enemy was able or is in the progress of crossing via the ferry.
Okay, I got you. So you haven't received reports back yet of their full progress, but you have received a report about 5 minutes ago letting you know that they were crossing the bridge at that time. If they had not ran into anything, it would be reasonable to say they had gotten to Maison Rouge. But yeah, that's the current progress of those guys, and let me send your messages to these lads.
Okay, yeah, and I received probably from Brad the message that he's coming up there from the south, which is cool. I guess I need to redirect my messenger, right? That I just sent to the north. Because he's in the south.
You sent you to Fort Papelville, you mean?
I sent one to Portal at Fort Plaville, and then another one to Brad because I thought he was coming from the far northwest.
So wait, is the one that you need to redirect the one to Portal or to
No, to
Brett?
To Brad.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can just do that. Let's see.
You said Brett probably somewhere between Saint Marox and Saint Germain. I don't even know where the fuck that is.
That's the far northwestern corner of the map. So we are at 45, and I will redirect that to Maison Rouge. La, 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 la. Please support my position.
Gotcha. Alright, I'll get that out when it gets out.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Any other orders you'd like to give to your men, or what's going on now?
Well, then I can probably recall my militia cavalry and park them at Maison de la Ville.
So yeah, the cavalry you sent down to Mason Rouge, you'd like to recall them, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, got you. Where do you want to bring them to, where again?
Maison de la Ville, that's south of Ski.
Yeah. That field there. Would you like them stationed in the field, or in the grapevines, or whereabouts?
In the field.
Understood. Alright, I'll relay that along. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Alas. I mean, at least there are reinforcements coming. A bit too late for my poor man, but they are coming to save the day. Still, I don't know where these guys are. I mean, if Brad spawned at Maison Rouge, did he like spawn in the face of these guys sitting on the boats? Or are they not there actually? Did they move around again? And there is another infantry division coming through Lessie. So those are the troops of this guy here, headquarter 3. Okay, and that's why he did re-establish his horse artillery, probably. My artillery is still in a good enough of a spot to support me at decent effective range, I would say. My infantry is probably a little bit further to the west there. Yup. Should be good. Should be okay. Regarding the circumstances we're in. Sorry. If they are not able to cross here, then Brad can just block this way. Although it's open ground, but he can just block this way. And then we should be in a pretty good spot to just hold them off. Although it will cost a few more lives, I fear. Maybe I should actually redirect my horse guns for counter battery fire. I don't know. I'm also not aware whether the siege guns in the fortress are still able to fire onto this battery position. They should be able to bombard Lassie and the infantry coming up there. If I take a look at this, yeah, should be pretty much so. So that would be crossfire here into the town. That's at least good to know. And these guys are ordered to come back here. Whenever they will arrive, probably, yeah, next turn should be possible. Okay, that's where we at. Let's see how this continues. I fear these guys will break under the artillery fire. Although this battery should sort of be hampered when the infantry goes in here. So they shouldn't have a clear line of sight, but who knows what the umpires decide on that. And then we have the grenadiers, a single battalion of grenadiers holding off a brigade of 4 battalions plus some dragoons here. So maybe, I mean, if they dismount to engage us with their muskets, then I will order my militia to charge them in the flank. That should be possible, maybe in a double line formation to increase the impact. Oh boy. Oh boy, you. So Robin, are you making some progress on your thesis? A bit. That's good. That's always good. Yeah. At least I learned something. Something in the end. So all the years were worth it, you know. Yeah, the first time. It's kind of funny, but actually it's sort of sad. Also, I'm actually not aware if there is some sort of experience system Daniel is using here. So if the units like improve just by fighting. I mean, if they take losses like that, probably not, but the Grenadiers could. Maybe. But then again, I'm not sure. I mean, they could possibly go from elite to guard quality, maybe. But would they do that after just a single battle? Probably not. Assuming they are elites already, maybe they are just veterans, because these are regulars. And then we have militia below these, so maybe these are just veterans. So then they could become elites. But I'm not sure if that happens just like by fighting, or if I have to pay for it with the points I get after the battle. We will find out. Come on, guys, give us another turn. They are certainly throwing more and more dice, as it appears. But it's good that Rudolph is now with them to support us. So the umpire, the assistant umpire you heard last turn, that was Rudolph. He's pretty new to the IKS, but he has like real life Kriegsspiel experience, so that's why he's able to just jump in and give reports out of nowhere, which is great. I haven't played Kriegsspiel in real life, so that's something I want to try it at some point when this whole pandemic thing is over. If ever. Not so sure if that will be so soon, but maybe in a few years. We all hope the best. So the Grenadiers, it all comes down to the Grenadiers. They need to hold this position. We could fall back to Sku, but that's much bigger of a town to defend with a single battalion. We would probably have to move the supply trains up to Mont Saint-Quentin. And then we could try to put the disrupted units on the flanks to protect them. Hello.
Hello there. Alright, so let me get you a picture of the current situation. Alright. The units have continued to take some more damage here as they're being pushed back up the hill. It is currently 0900. There you were. Now, your battery has started to take artillery fire, and you see it firing back. You don't really know what's going on too well, but the engagement looks about even as of right now.
No. The grenadiers are disrupted as well. Okay. I don't know what the dragoons, the enemy dragoons, number 3 are doing there on the flank. Can't see them.
Sorry, what's that?
The enemy dragoons, what's that, number 3? Did I see where they went?
Number 3. Sorry, what do you mean by number 3?
The enemy
the
cavalry
unit, the unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would still see them in about the same position here. I can get you slightly updated.
Okay, no, that's all right. If they start, okay, they are back behind there. Okay, no, I think then I'm good for now. I just hold position, and hope for Brad to come and save the day.
Let's hope he does. Yeah, alright, so you're just going to continue fighting, hold the position?
Yes.
Got you. Alright, I'll go run that.
Yep.
Yeah, no worries.
So, dispatch from portal. I believe I've routed the enemy in the north. It appears we have reinforcements coming from the east. I'm currently unable to support your position for at least 45 minutes. As I recover and head my men down, I ask for you to hold that position. The far east? Didn't he say he comes from Maison Rouge? Let's double check. Heading west to Lorry. Is there another Maison Rouge? Oh, it's this Maison Rouge. Oh. Damn it. Yeah, well, that changes things, you know. He's moving here. And not... Damn it. Yeah, the generic names are sometimes a real pain. On the, what's that, the right side? On the right bank of the Moselle. Rudolph. God damn it. I think he's coming up here to save my flank. But he's marching down there. Ow. So lots of red mills around, or red houses, I should say. It's not Moulin Rouge, but Maison Rouge. That's just here the Moulins Limets did confuse me here. Maison is obviously just a house. The red house and the red house.
Hey there, sorry. Yeah, so quick thing real quick. You do spot, well, normally you probably wouldn't see this, but under the circumstances, you've stopped receiving steady reports from your cavalry, and you do kind of look over there and you spot, it's a bit hard to see because you're only really looking down the road in the southern east direction, but you do spot a large line of cavalry, pretty much south of the, you see those two road junctures there? Just east of Maison de la Ville?
Yeah.
Two roads cross. So south of that, you see a large line of cavalry heading towards the bridge.
And I was wondering where this division went. Yeah, okay.
Yep. You'd imagine that your messenger got to your cavalry before those people arrived, so they do have standing orders to try and cross the bridge, but I mean, they're not fucking stupid, so we'll see what happens there. Anything you'd like to do about that?
Probably not. I mean, they are hussars, so they have carbines. So if they can just get on the southern side there and blockade the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably acting under their own initiative at this point, a survival mode type of thing. But yeah, we'll see how that goes for him.
All
right, sounds good. I'll go run that.
Thank you.
See you.
Okay, so that was good to know, huh? That was probably good to know. So, can militia hussars defend the bridge against a division of cavalry and artillery? Press X for doubt. Yeah, probably not. Easy peasy. Yeah, and I mean, Brad is probably, if he's not moving south, but via lorry, he's too far away to do anything about this. So we screwed up. I think we screwed up. Where could we have been able to defend? I mean, maybe this ridge line here, Jassy and Saint-Refin. I don't know about that, really. Yeah. Nope. Easy like that. Just roll hits. And now, if we were talking about a military situation, would we now pull back from this position? I mean, there's nothing we can do to stop the enemy from taking the objective and cross the Moselle Canal. We know that we have friendly troops on the other side coming up, potentially, hypothetically. Would we now, considering our losses, give up this position at Chazelle? And where would we go? Would we just go into the fortresses, Saint-Quentin and Saint-Quentin and Plapville, and hunker down? I guess we would. Don't know if that is actually an option for us to do, or if it would gain us anything other than avoiding additional hits. I'm tempted to make that decision, actually. Let's see if we can anything out of the, if we can get any information about the impact of such a decision from the umpires. So let's ask the guys if that would gain us anything. Do players behave more selfishly to get more points? Will they stick to the battle plan? Even if their division gets crushed. Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah. I think probably depends, obviously, on player characters, but generally speaking, I hope they will probably take more care of their units. Like, try to not have something like this happen. And now the other thing is that we don't actually know how one gains points, you know? I mean, how many and I mean, obviously for reaching the objective you probably get points, but other than that, is there a standard like point income you get after each battle, no matter what you did, or and all that? I don't know. We will see in the end. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In order for I mean, that was the only reason for me to push from Chazelle into Moulins, you know, which is more of an open ground, even if there are buildings and such. But that's obviously an open plain here, maybe with fields and gardens or whatnot, compared to like high ground, at least a slope with wine orchards. so that I moved into into a position that was less advantageous than the one I was before. And the only reason I did that was because I needed to try to stop them from pushing through to the bridge, which obviously failed, and I paid like a very high toll for this operation there, for this order I gave. Does it gain me anything? I don't know. Could it have gained anything for the team? Definitely, yeah. Should I have done that in regard to the impact this decision had on my division in the course of the whole tourney? Not so sure. So that's, yeah, your questions are, there's a reason for your questions, yeah, sure. Legit, as one says today. That will be interesting to find out in the debriefing, if that makes a difference at all. If not, then I feel like too much probably comes down to the initial deployment or the initial plan where to deploy the troops. So then you're either in a good position to stop the enemy from gaining their objective, or you are not. And if you're not, you won't go in to risk your men to prevent the enemy from reaching their objective. We see. We'll find out. We will find out. Let's just hope these guys hold for another round so that I can retire them alive and not shattered. Yeah, probably so, Rob. Yeah, probably so. At least it would have a major impact. Sure. But I mean, that's the question, right? That's the point Amentis is making here. So, do I gain anything from this decision to move my men into unfavorable ground just to try and prevent the enemy from reaching their objective or not? If it does not, then I probably won't do that in the future, and the enemy will win. Otherwise, I would have had to deploy here at Saint-Réfin with all of my troops in the beginning, or bring them there, I should say. But then again, facing heavy artillery and one or two horse gun batteries with a single horse gun battery, doesn't look too good either, right? We could potentially have gotten onto the reverse slope here, doing the old nosy trick, like let the enemy come close and then open fire at short range. That's the only alternative I really see. Would have been like deploying along this ridge line, but on the reverse slope here, and just sit there and let the enemy come to you. Because here in the orchards, the cavalry can't do much, and if the dragoons dismount and try to attack you on foot, then you just blast them away as soon as they cross the crest of the ridge line. On the other hand, I don't want to get too negative about it all, because it's just a scenario, so could be totally different next time. And it's a challenge we had to tackle somehow. Probably I made the wrong decision there. That could be it. That could be the thing I have to learn today.
Hello there.
Hello.
All right, so I did see your question. Yeah, it's a difficult call for sure. I'm not sure exactly how the other umpires are going to rule that here. Obviously, self-preservation's a thing. You know, you don't want all your men to die and all that. You have received word from, I believe it's Brett, right? About
Yes.
his reinforcements coming?
Yep.
So I'd say, you know, a counterattack isn't impossible.
Yeah, but if he's, I mean, that was what, 2-3 turns ago, so he's probably now at Lorry, so that's way too far away to do anything about the situation.
As of right now, yeah. But, you know, if you guys are able to boot Rally and then when he gets down there, come back. I'm not really sure how long the game is meant to go for.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that might go well for you. Anyway, it is now 0915. You've received a message from 0900 from Brett.
Yep.
Yeah, he just told you arrived at Lorry. Let's see that. So now that you know about and are keeping tabs on the situation developing at just north of the Moselle Canal at the bridge over the River Moselle, you don't exactly know what's going on, but you can kind of see a very weird situation kind of happening. It looks very, very chaotic. There's a good amount of gunfire coming from both sides of the bridge, and it just kind of looks like a whole bunch of horses running through each other.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of see the same uniform color, and you're very confused, but there is definitely a weird situation happening there.
Okay.
Yep, do you have any orders? What do you like to do? Oh, and in addition to that, your artillery, I don't know, they've taken a bit more shots, and they're still firing, though.
Yeah, I will try to relocate the artillery to, like, on my left flank for some close range support there for the infantry.
Okay, so you'd like to bring them just up left of those buildings, or would you like to put them a little bit higher, or whereabouts?
Let's put them a little bit higher at the road.
So just south of Sky?
Yeah, this little T road, that's going off there.
Yep, I see it. Okay, understood. Will do. Let me just put a little X on the map for that.
Yep, thank you.
Anything else you'd like to do?
Nope, that's all.
Roger that. All right, thank you.
Okay, so these guns are taking disruption. I'm pulling them out because they are under fire from heavy artillery, and horse artillery here. So, and I hope that the infantry here prevents the artillery from firing too much onto these guys. Although those guns have probably fired here. I'm not so sure. Maybe I should have pulled these guys back as well, who knows. But they are still not engaged, so that's good. And these guys are probably a bit more to the east, like so. I don't know where these guys are going. Those have probably moved back to the train. And there is big tohu a big chaos going on. These guys have rallied now, but they are not actually in a shape to do stuff. And Brad did send a message from Lorry. I have arrived and shall come up to the Moline Valley from the western flank and hit them in the rear. We shall enter the ridge from Châtel Saint-Germain. Châtel. So he is now, as it seems, moving this way and trying to attack their flank, like going in here. He will probably stumble into Division 3, if that is Division 3 there. So there's that. But it's good to know that he is, that he is arriving. So he was at Lorry 15 minutes ago, which means he will now be potentially here. I mean, the problem is I just don't have the numbers, you know. If I had something to put pressure onto these guys, I would do that. But I also cannot push my horse artillery into the orchards. I mean, I could, but it would take forever. And then they are sitting there and shooting blindly onto my own cavalrymen. So I assume this is the situation, that these guys are fighting there over the bridge, and maybe we actually got some good rolls, because there seems to be some chaos of men running through each other. So cavalry running through each other. I have no clue what's going on, and don't know about the artillery as well. So if we have the artillery here, they could actually reach those guys. Barely, but they could. On long range. Or they can just blast away on effective range down here. Okay, I will send another message to both my lads. It's 9:15. I send one to Lorry and one to the portal at Mont Saint-Quentin. I'm still at Chazelle. The enemy cavalry division assaults the bridge. Or division is currently assaulting the bridge across the Moselle. But there's nothing I can do about it. As it appears, my hussars are on the right bank, and I cannot say. Okay, let's see. Red at Lori, Portal Mont Saint-Quentin, I'm a Chazelle, generals. For now, I'm holding Chazelle. My troops are in a bad shape. I'm relocating artillery to my left. Blah blah. Assaulting the bridge. Looks good. Sending that out. So let's hope these guys hold for a little longer until they get blasted with canister from the artillery. I also don't know where the dragoons moved. I can't see them on my screenshot. Potentially they are still there in reserve. They should be about there right now. So they are moving. I'm not sure what type of units they have. I assume infantry. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then they probably bump into whatever here is. So that's what, 2, 3 turns. And then they're probably stuck fighting these guys. In the worst case. Otherwise, let's say 4 turns to here. Probably 5 turns and they are already engaged with whatever is left behind. So they won't be able to reach the bridge. Unless they have some sort of cavalry they can send via these roads across Mont Saint-Quentin, which they could possibly reach in 2 to 3, more 3 turns than 2. But do they have enough cavalry to do something about the situation? What I probably should do next turn is bring this battalion. I can't give them orders to do something on their own, so that's a problem. I was about to send them over here to keep an eye on the situation, but that's not possible. I would have to bring them up again to operate together with this battalion. So maybe I should retire both to SKU so that they can reorganize there. Does the other gun take fire right now? Do you mean this one up here? The Portal's gun? I'm not so sure. It seems that he did rout the enemy infantry that was coming through Lessie with the heavy guns he has in the fortress and his horse guns. But it also appears that his infantry was involved and that they are disrupted as well. So he said that he won't be able to support me for another 45 minutes. So still a half an hour now, 2 turns. if Brad hits in 2 turns into whatever is left here, then he'll probably be able to shift over in 2 turns. But he also does not have forces to do something about this. I mean, he could also try to push the horse artillery into here, into these orchards. You know, I don't want to leave this situation or this position here because the situation is so grave. I don't know what actually is going to happen here. I want to witness what's going on. Otherwise, I would now move up and talk to him about the situation and get some impression about what's going on in Lassie. But it doesn't seem to be the right point in time to do that. So I'm not so sure if Portal wants to relocate this gun or not. Would also be good to suppress the heavy guns there. Yeah, so many options. I mean, yeah, that's far range. But if these guys are running, then potentially we can put fire onto them in effective range if they are like routing over here. That should be interesting. We'll see. Maybe I have to move up here to get a better view, but then Chazelle with the buildings is in the way to look over there. It's, yeah. And I know you guys are on the IKS server, so if you wanna, I mean, you can always jump into my voice channel and have a little chat on the stream here if you wanted to. You don't have to hold back just because I'm streaming or anything like that. If you want to, that's what I'm saying. I'm alright with sitting here all on my own and talking with a screen. For hours. No, it's all right. Yeah. Not even. That will also be interesting to learn what happened there, why this chaos ensued. So let's see, how long is this in game time? We started at 600 and then we're fast forwarded. And it's now... So next turn will be 9:30, 2.5 hours and we have 4.5 hours real time. Minus organizing in the beginning, which might have been about an hour. Until we actually started. Yeah, it's okay. A little bit slow, but that's also because there weren't enough umpires in the beginning. Come on, give me reports. Seems to be a lot of fighting going on again. Lots of dice rolling in this case. So let's assume Brett makes it to here next turn. So, is there another Maison Rouge on this map? Let's look around. Place Noire, Saint-Adèle, Sony, Saint-Maurice, Amanweiler, Abonville, Verneville with a castle, Chantraine, Moscow is over here, which is really funny. And there's Leipzig. Leipzig and Moscow. Gravelotte, but I think it's not that Gravelotte, right? No, we are here at... No, that cannot be. The Gravelotte from... or is it actually from the Franco-Prussian War? Is that the Gravelotte? Petit Gravelotte. Malmaison, another Malmaison here. Banlieue. Maison la Ville. No, seem a new mill. Only 2 red houses on this map. Too bad. Okay, and so, I mean, they are cut off now. I can't even give them any orders. Would be suicidal to send a courier down here to try and shout across the river. They won't even hear it with all the combat noise, so... And the river is probably too large to just shout across. Let's see, that's half a square approximately. 150 meter. Nope. Won't happen. Otherwise I would have told them to gradually, I mean, if they are forced to, then fall back behind the canal and make another stand there, even though the enemy could then possibly take this route to cross it, but... Yup. Come on, give us reports, man. Give me a report. Or are they thinking to call it? I don't think so. I mean, thing is, I don't know how long they want to continue this. Brett came in pretty late, and they probably want him to get into contact at least. So that would be, as I said, 2 to 3 turns. Probably then 4, because they probably want him to not just fire a single volley. Getting a little bit hungry, I must say. So what are you guys doing on the side? I know Rob is supposed to write some texts, but Amentis, what are you doing? Are you playing games? Some sort of slow games? Yup.
This whole game.
Oh, I'm gonna get everybody in here now.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
There we are.
Hello, Heinemann.
Hello.
The call for you to move your artillery worked out very well for you, by the way.
Mhm.
All right, hello everyone.
Hello.
All right.
Oh, that's interesting. Thanks for the screenshot.
Yep. So I've got. Let's see. I'm using, since I'm using my wife's computer since mine decided to die. I'm doing voice off my phone. So can somebody stream their screen?
Yeah, sure.
Appreciate it.
Can we join the table as well?
Sure.
Just
The
type
table-
in rainbow in the search bar, and then the password's rainbow all over. Yeah.
Okay. Rainbow.
All right.
All right. So ultimately, and we rolled a couple of extra bits to see if we could see how this would go, but I know we're starting to run long on the time.
Yep.
So in the interest of not running this for another hour, what we've pretty much come up with is that Red's going to take both primary and secondary objectives. However, within the next 30 minutes, they're going to know that these guys are coming in from the north, a completely fresh division, which is Brett. I'm sorry, Brett, you actually had a marching simulator today.
Oh, that's fine.
And when they hear about that, Foxy's going to have to come back across the river, because with a fresh division, they're going to have to come back across the river to defend. All told, we kind of concluded that Red could hold Malin-Limets, if just barely.
Yeah.
And that's thinking hours from now. They've definitely captured the objective, and I think they could hold the objective, the primary objective. I think they'd have to give up the secondary objective in order to hold the primary, but they can hold the primary objective. Period, no question.
I don't think they could hold very well against Brett forces, but as of right now, for sure.
Yeah, well, they'll have by the time Brett can get there. I mean, it'll take him. It would take him another half hour just to get his division starting to form up at Lessie. 15 minutes he reaches Lessie. 15, well, really not even, a little more than that. About 25 minutes he reaches Lessie, and then he's got strung out all on the road. It'll take him So we're looking at, this is 9:15. We're probably looking at 10, by 10 o'clock or so, Brett could start making a push. And that's enough time for all of this to start reorganizing.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
because John's done really well, but I think he's pretty much shot his bolt.
Yep. The push into Moulin was really bloody.
Yeah. And that was just bad luck on you. Because you pushed at the same time that Marshall pushed. For Portal, Sam,
That was such shitty luck.
Well, Sam, I would like to. Those dice have been moved since. You came chasing with your infantry, and basically got shot in the face with 24-pounder siege guns in the fort. So that infantry regiment said no, and took off. And the rest of your staff grabbed you and made you take off as well, while you're calling them cowards and everything else. So this battle right here, that was basically mutual destruction.
Yep.
I want to ask, were those all guard units? Why were they so strong?
They were not guard units. They were all regulars. So you had some militia. He had all regulars that were in that fight. Yeah. So they were punching a bit heavier, and sometimes things go really well, and sometimes things go really poorly. This one I was cringing at the die rolls. And these, we didn't update these for the turn because we called the turn. These guys would be back in the fight this turn. These guys would be back in the fight next turn.
Yeah. A very interesting thing happened down here at the bridge over the Moselle. Pretty much what had happened is that Jan had ordered his troops, 2 divisions of hussars, down the Maison de la Ville road across the river Moselle. And he didn't know exactly what was happening to him, but he, at some point, gave an order for them to fall back to the Maison de la Ville road, or whatever the fuck it is, right here. He ordered them to fall back to. And they had received that order as they were already running away from the artillery that fired at them. One of the units actually broke from that. But what happened was, these hussars ran over the bridge, and they were like, oh, fuck, all right. There are 3 units of mounted infantry over the bridge here. And pretty much what had happened is Foxy had ordered one of his units to dismount and fire, and he had ordered 2 other units of mounted infantry to, I can't copy and paste, basically just charge across the bridge. And it did not go well for them. And they managed to repel the attacks, and managed to break another one of the units when it opened up in line formation here and fight. Going forward, though, with these guys here, they would have been hit in the back and continued hitting across the bridge. They would have gone down. Mm-hmm. Maybe the hussars would have been able to do something against it, but when they reformed, that is. But yeah, but they did make a very valiant last stand and held the bridge of Moselle for quite a while.
Am I missing a cavalry block? Did I lose a cavalry block somewhere?
You just were not meant to have it in the first place, I think.
No, that was not Marshall. They're both here. One was recovering.
Oh, there they are. Oh, they have number 3 on them.
It just came back. Yeah.
Oh, see, I thought because they had number 3 on them, they belonged to Foxy.
Oh,
I didn't realize
that's your 3rd brigade.
Oh, well, I didn't know I had them to command. Anyway, no problem.
Actually, the only one that lost a block entirely was Sam.
Mm-hmm.
His cavalry came up across to explain, the guns up here in the fort have this very limited window where they can shoot down to Maisonneuve, So that was where random artillery fire was landing in this area for anybody who was confused. The cavalry came across this hill, and they'd already broken once and reformed. They came across this hill and immediately got shot in the face because guns could. These trees are on much lower elevation, so the guns could shoot over and hit the cavalry. So that's the only actual block that was deleted. Was that everybody else? Jan took some hard hits.
Yeah,
but,
pretty close for these guys.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
But I mean that's a like question that kind of emerged during the game was, and I did discuss that with my chat. From an overall game perspective, the decision to push from Chazelle, like leaving this superior position here, which protected me from cavalry, and push it down into the open into Moulins, was the only option I had to at least slow down the enemy from reaching the bridge. So that's why I did that. Took the risk. From a tournament perspective, that was probably the wrong decision, because you see how my troops are, in which shape they are. So yeah, I was a bit wondering what sort of an impact that would have in the aftermath.
As far as what damage your division actually takes moving forward.
Yeah, and if it sort of gains me anything for doing that, for the team, so to say.
Well, for the team, that push is part of why I would say when Brett arrives, this would be a contested fight here in a few hours. In a couple of hours, be a seriously contested fight, because Brett's got a fresh, relatively. I mean, he's got a lot of low quality units, but he's got a lot of them. So that fight for Moulins-les-Metz would not be decisive yet. Speaking from a tourney perspective, I'm going to have to kind of do some math and make some decisions as far as moving forward on the damage. I've saved this game state so that I can go back and look at what everybody's taken in the losses department and figure that out. I haven't made complete decisions there, because we also have, for instance, where Portal had guns captured, and I have not fully decided how I'm going to play that out, because that's something I should have thought about earlier, how people were going to play out captures as some sort of
question. How were they able? Did they man the guns again?
They kind of, and I say kind of. They did take a shot with the guns. It was completely ineffective, but they did take a shot with the guns. It's more of a matter of they know how artillery works, and these are pretty small, easily portable, manhandleable guns. So they basically shoved some powder and shot into it and fired them. Not going to say they fired it very well, but they did fire them.
Yeah, you might have to tally casualties inflicted versus casualties lost.
Yeah.
Because I think, whoever does the most heavy lifting in terms of inflicting casualties, that would boost veterancy, whereas casualties lost would then count against block size.
Oh yeah, the casualty, which my spreadsheet is set up for both. So, to kind of go behind the curtain a bit, obviously, Jan, these grenadiers are definitely picking up a level in their veterancy. They stood and took everything that was thrown at them and never broke, and held on really well. These guys may actually take a level of veterancy because they stood for a long time before they broke. And and I'm gonna kind of have to go back and review some bits and pieces as far as how I'm going to play this, and also how, because basically for battle participation there is a base level of you're gonna get this many points just for battle participation. Brett, you will get something, but it will not be very much because you've never actually got.
Yeah, it's understandable.
You may get a couple points tossed at you as a thanks for showing up. But you're not. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to go. Oh, great! I was technically in the battle, and therefore I get the same points as the people.
Honors.
Yeah, nah. You'll get something for showing up, but it won't be enough to be decisive. What I'm aiming for is that players that do play will be able to recover losses and maybe make some small improvements.
Points for showing up is the Mussolini strategy, right?
Well, it's also the American strategy. That's functionally what has happened is the Europeans have fought each other to a standstill when the Americans are about to show up and win the day.
Do we have winners? Or how does it work? Or is it just points?
If we have somebody that earn like battle honors for the tourney, would count as basically you get tossed a couple extra points. Or battle honors. Trying to think of.
So would that be me, or would it just be Marshall that gets them? Was I the best or the greatest? Heinz is just dead silent. He's like,
I'm looking at it. So Portal and Sam fought each other for mutual destruction. Actually, I would have said Sam came off the better, but I'm not sure. He captured units, but he took a lot. He got beat up pretty bad to do it. Boxy
still have my guns up.
Yeah. Boxy captured the objective, like the secondary objective, but that becomes a subjective question on could he stand there and hold it, or would he end up having to come back across the river, which I think he would have to.
Well, with my had I known that these number 3 blocks were actually mine, see, I had the number 3 on them in my screenshot, so I'm like, those aren't mine, those are his. Because look who's he's number 2. Anyway, I was number 1. Had I known that, I would have just sent them to his aid, of course. He was calling for reinforcements, but I didn't know I had him to command.
Gotcha. Well, then we have achieved battlefield confusion.
Yep. You sure have.
Also, we are vanguard of the Red Army, so wouldn't the Red Army arrive sometime soon?
Yeah, that's the thing is the Red Army is supposed to arrive tomorrow, so to speak. That you're the vanguard, and they would arrive tomorrow. And their goal, and the blue is supposed to have an army also arriving tomorrow-ish in Metz. And the Red's goal, ultimately, the battlefield goal was for Red to take Milan-Metz in order to command the approaches to make an assault, and all the secondary objective was actually seize the river crossings, in which case you don't have to make an assault tomorrow because your guys can march right over the bridge.
Well, we at least have the ferry for sure.
Yeah, well, you have the ferry. I wonder if they'd be able to hold the ferry given what's coming down, but that's subjective for later. That basically comes down to if Brett had gotten here an hour earlier, this whole battle would probably turn on its head. with that much infantry crashing down.
Yeah, that's one of the things I find a little bit weird about battles like this is that, like, you can just have a player join and it's like, oh, here's 1,000 new forces, you know? I think it might be a better idea in the future to have dedicated reserve pools from units. So you'd have a whole bunch of red back here and a whole bunch of blue back here. And then commanders could draw reinforcements at will. If they wanted to make a major attack, they could do that, but they're going to get winded, and then the reserve pool's going to come in and fucking fuck them up. Something like that might be nice. And then that way, when players do come in, you could have commanders or umpires just go, oh, you'll be commanding this section of the reserve pool, and when you're called in by the general, you'll go in and command that section and do all your things.
Mm-hmm. So I was supposed to hold both sides of the bridge, is that correct?
Yep, you had to... What was that?
I had to hold both sides of the bridge, correct?
Correct. You had to hold both sides of the crossing for it to be yours. So the ferry, you do own the ferry. Of course, the ferry is also basically one battalion every 15 minutes to get it across, back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
So the ferry's the slow way, but you can continue to get troops across that way. I'll have to do some workups on if anybody performed in such an absolutely amazing manner that they're just going to get tossed extra points. But
well, I would say that you have to evaluate the tournament based on what actually happened. You can't evaluate what would happen next. While it's fun to speculate,
agreed.
It's still speculation.
Agreed. And evaluating on what did happen, I mean, Red accomplished its objectives. It partially accomplished the secondary. Obviously, the ferry is not the preferred of the two, but it partially accomplished the secondary. And it did accomplish the primary.
Yeah.
I just needed one more turn for those hussars to get there.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and Portal's going just one more turn, and suddenly the whole battle in the north changes.
Yeah.
So we're basically at that just one more turn, and I knew we were getting long on time, and it was turning into that just one more turn. So we rolled to see if Jan was going to be able to hold on.
No.
If he had gotten just blown out of Chiselle, then that would have been obvious a red complete victory. But since he wasn't blown out of Chiselle, it's kind of a contested victory for Milan Metz. There's no way.
One more turn, though, he would have been blown out. I'm joking. Just one more turn.
Yeah. Well, potentially. Well, you're kind of in that mutually assured destruction phase where.
Yeah, especially with that battery there.
That battery.
I was expecting Sam in from the north, which is why I shifted fire off that battery to the infantry.
Yeah.
I got a dispatch that Sam was smashing through, and then I just get one just now that, it's not going to happen.
Well, to kind of explain what happened in the north.
Yeah, it's obvious what happened.
Well,
but
to kind of briefly, what happened in the north, Portal had set up these guns here in the fort. So they basically could shoot at things that went through this crossroads, and things that came up on top of this ridge, and then on top of these other ridges, kind of moving in towards the fort. So, and those are siege guns, they're brutal. But Portal's infantry started out over here, moved up onto Mont Saint Quentin, and then he kind of set up and then moved. He'd actually made his play for Lessie at the exact same time that Sam did, and they both charged into each other. Portal opted to withdraw out of Lessie, got pursued. His guns had moved into these woods, opened up, and it was just a mutual destruction. Every turn of this combat, both sides were having units just break and run all over the place. So,
I'll say one more thing. You might want to consider calculating how many turns this took, and then the game just runs for a certain number of turns. So that you have so many moves to checkmate the opponent.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, this game basically ran for 12 turns.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
so we might run future games for 12 turns. And obviously, I'm calling it a tourney because I didn't want people to confuse it with like the red versus blue campaign, where it's a specific campaign. But I'm not aiming to like sometime in the fall we're going to run a bracket, and it's going to be down to like Jan and Yop or whatever having a fight out, just picking two names out of a hat, having a fight out as for the championship. We're not doing it in that regard. Kind of the reward for playing is that you get to play with a division that you design, and you get to experiment with things, find what works, what doesn't, and you get to, as you replace losses or do well and have the points to add on units, you get to kind of morph that division and improve it. Like right now, these divisions are extremely small.
Mhm.
I mean, when you look at each of you basically had, in what a Saturday game we would say is one really good brigade, a little bit of artillery, and then one really small scouting type brigade. So
When this is over, I still expect to have a Kriegsspiel World Championship trophy. A huge, like really tall one too, like taller than the display case behind me. So
Yes.
at least 6 to 8 feet tall.
I'd like my participation ribbon.
It'll be a 6 foot long ribbon.
Yeah, you know what? That is a fair point. Wait, who was the guy who was just marching the whole time? That was Brett, right?
Yeah, that's.
You did participate very well. So,
Thank
good
you.
one.
I won this
Yeah.
battle.
You are all winners.
Yeah. We just another thing from a tactical or decision-making standpoint. Would you guys say I should have had defended this ridgeline here, maybe on the reverse slope? Because you had the artillery superiority, obviously, but would that have made a difference, do you think?
Yeah, it would have made it harder. In fact, that's what we were expecting you to do.
Speaking plainly from a tactical standpoint, and I think what would have really made a big difference would have been if those siege guns had been on Mont Saint Quentin, somewhere in this zone, because when you look at those guns, they were throwing they were almost at 8 to hit Mont-Saint-Neve, and they're still throwing a single die at 8. These guys would have been throwing 2 dice attacks on anything you sent down into this valley. Would have been getting 2 dice attacks with advantage. So it would have been utterly crushing. Those guns are incredibly powerful. They just have to be put in the exact right spot to be useful. What work they did was actually very good work. They ended up causing some disruption down here, and then ultimately they prevented Portal's division from getting completely overrun. So those guns being put on Mont Saint Quentin as a single thing that probably would have made a drastic change in the battle, that's going to be what I'd say one move that would have changed a lot.
I actually was planning on my next turn to start moving them there. But yeah. I didn't know they had such limited visibility.
Yeah, well, it comes down to you've got all this crazy elevation issues all over the place. So you've got such a back and forth in the elevation department. And since they're having to look over this ridge, but then so they can't see in the dead ground on the other side of that ridge. It's not that they aren't high enough to shoot it, they just can't see it.
Sure.
In the age of indirect fire, those guns would have been doing work the whole game. It was a matter of they were either in dead ground or when the massive melee of infantry and guns and everything else was happening in the woods, they they knew something was going down in those woods. They just didn't know what was friendly or enemy, so they couldn't shoot at it. And ultimately, they opened fire when they could and wound up routing the last of Sam's unrouted troops. So we just kind of wind up with this massive mess.
Will I be able to keep that artillery that was captured?
That I'm gonna let me get back. I'm kind of saying let me get back to you on that, because how to figure out post battle. I want to add up step losses, what people actually lost, and figure out how much I'm giving per battle. Because I don't want to I don't want to throw, hey, you get 12 every battle, because then we have these massive divisions in no time.
Yep.
And if somebody that hasn't played yet jumps in, they're going to get overrun instantly. So I've got to try to balance how much I give as the going rate per battle of points, vice what we have in losses, so that everybody can make their division a little bit better than it was this time, but not so much better that one person shows up. Like if Brett is involved in the next fight, if everybody gets another 12 points, then my God, any one of these divisions will just destroy his and overrun it. So let me get back to you all individually about that. I'll do that in the probably either in the Rainbow Tourney thread or in DMs. But I'm going to say that concludes the first outing for this. It's experimental. We're kind of playing with all of those. Everybody had those unique units that they had talked about wanting to try. Well, this is the chance to try them. So we're playing with that and kind of figuring it out as we go. So I appreciate everybody's patience on this, because this is a little bit more complicated than a Saturday, even though the units were a lot smaller. So I appreciate everybody dealing with my first live outing as the lead umpire.
Yeah,
I could
thanks
take
for
them.
running.
The Americans never lose.
All right. Well, thank you all. It was a good game. I look forward to the final tabulation.
Yep.
Definitely.
All right, and thank you all to everyone who watched on the YouTube. We'll catch you all in the next adventure.
Yeah, and also thanks to everybody who watched my stream here. I still see Amentus and Rob in the chat and some other folks. So I'm gonna leave you here. I need to get something to eat. I wish you, Amentus, best of luck for finding a new apartment. And indeed, that's a very annoying task. And yeah, see you soon. Have a good night. Bye-bye.